What is up? How we doing? Let's get to these levels. Brought to you by It's Slow Out. It's very slow out. Go get you some slow out if you want to go to sleep. Very slow right now. Lucy's our new high of day runner here. Don't really have too many plays that are up a lot today. MNTS previous runner, AZI previous runner, Sid U previous runner, Ava previous runner. They'll all be on watch this morning. Newer plays will be VTYX. I mean, even IMSR is going to be on watch from yesterday. Lucy's the slow and steady one. She ends up being a good short here and there, and you can see a lot of days that she pops, she drops. So there are some days she goes up a little bit higher than others. Let's go back to the yearly, though. Oh, there's one day she held. Actually, all the way back in April of last year. Wow, April 10th of last year. But a lot of the days she pops, she drops, and she can run. So we've seen Lucy. I think this is going to be a reverse split play, unfortunately, that we've seen. Maybe not. Yeah, I think so. If we go back in time, this was never $160, $140. So you can see how many times this has been reverse split. But every time, I mean, I've seen this thing pop a lot over the last few years. I mean, it's crazy to think it seems like it was just 2023 when I just got my first X3M competition. I do miss Elvira, actually, just to be honest. Like I say, I kind of miss her still. I do miss Elvira. Anywho, but we've seen this thing pop up quite a bit over the years, and of course you can tell if it used to cost that much. It most likely has been reverse split to Shizen. So, levels for it today on the way down here. Major support, really just going to be this uptrend channel, and it really kind of was there. Now I'd base it off of this little juncture and come up through that area for Lucy in the Sky, Wood Diamonds, and then I'd come over here with it, and then I would say somewhere right there is your uptrend channel of resistance. Let's just get to breaking these plays down. All right, good morning, team. We have a couple of new plays up. Lucy, Glue, VTYX. But then we have a lot of previous runners we'll be looking at today, really getting into that mode now of we've been that way of looking at, runners for 2 days, 5 days, or we were looking at that last week or 2 weeks ago. Now we're just looking at the previous day a lot. So we got AZI, MNTS, IMSR, AEVA, Ava, Sid U. We got all these plays from yesterday that could still run in then or give you a good short and be a good hangover play. We are getting Glue to kind of pop back out of its channel right now. Lucy in an uptrend channel. We'll go over the levels now. All right, so we'll start with the big mover up top, which is Glue, which is breaking out of its resistance area right around 23.30. Now has room up to around the 23.85 mark. If it gets through that, watch for a pop up to around 24.20. Over 24.20, watch for a move up to 24.80. Over 24.80 to 24.25 area, somewhere in there, 24.80 to 25.20. You can see there's a lot of resistance there from the high of day. Now, again, if we get over, essentially, we'll call the split of that 24.80, 25.20. We'll call that 25. If we get over 25, this is another play, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's 52-week high. Now I go back in time here and find some more levels, potentially. And we do. On the way up today, over 25, watch for a spike up to 26.80 into 27.20. So the same thing at 24.80 into 25.20, we'll have at 26.80 into 27.20. Strong resistance there. Over that, watch for a move to 30. Maybe even a hair over it. Could do it. And the main reason why we've had a little bit of a standstill here recently. This play isn't like, I forgot what play we had yesterday. We had a play here recently in pre-market. Oh, yesterday, yeah. With we got a great bounce play. ALMS. ALMS was just 2 straight up into that hour and a half for the opening bell. Well, this did that 2.5 hours before the opening bell. And right before the opening bell, or essentially what would have been there if we would have done this at 8 a.m., well, we did it at 7 a.m., right? So now we have that extra hour, which my point being the last hour that we've been in, the 8 a.m. hour. We've been sideways, consolidating. That gives this still a little bit of a chance to pop then and go for more. You don't want to see it just go straight up into the opening bell, as we saw with ALMS yesterday. A lot of the time, those plays will give back gains. Still up a lot today. Not in my opinion, not too much to where it can't go for more. It's really just what happened yesterday at the end of the day is why it looks so high up now. Because yesterday at the end of the day in Power Hour, we went from 1380 into 1630. So we had about a $3 pop there if we go all the way up into then after hours we show up into about 18s. And that's where we start this morning, the low or high 17s and 18. So it's not too big of a move, in my opinion. So it still can go. Levels on the way down, we've got support. The bottom was 2240, and under 2240 we do have 22 support. Under 22, the only thing I see until we crack down, maybe 2150 holds up. Because you go back and look at glue most days, it's not a $5, $3, $2 face ripper. It will run 50-cent increments. Under 2150, watch for a move down to 2050. Under 2050 down to 20. Under 20, then watch for a move down to around 1920 area. So support on the way down, 2040, or I should say 2240, 22, 2150, 2050, 20, and if we crack that, then we're down to about 19 or so. All right, over to Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. It's just a sideways consolidation channel, and I went in and I was all over it. Actually, now looking back, I put the uptrend channel of resistance in. I'll send a picture to show you guys what you should have there on Lucy as far as the uptrend channel. And as long as we hold that, this could still pop and go. It's very similar to plays we've seen recently. I forgot what play it was. Besides Alms, which was in pre-market yesterday, we had another one that was holding the trend line for a while. I think it was AZI. Yeah, AZI. And now that I'm looking at it, it's AZI. AZI held an uptrend channel all day long until about 2 hours before the closing bell. An hour before power hour started, we cracked the uptrend channel and it just couldn't recover. Then we just stayed in a sideways consolidation. It's still up, but you get my point. That was another one that they're not going to hold all day long. And that one held for a very long time yesterday, did AZI. Lucy here, though, on the uptrend channel, as long as that holds, it could still pop. If not, it's going to find more sideways, even more so consolidation, because if you look at it, it's not like it's up a lot. We've got support at 150, and then support at right around 140. Resistance on the way up, 175. In that uptrend channel, which to me is right around about the same mark, 175. Over that, watch for another 10-cent move to 185, and over that to 2. Now, if Lucy gets over 2, maybe she gets some juice going. We have a little room to then 220, right? We may get a 20-cent pop there, and then over that into around 240. And most times Lucy has popped in the past. It's given back its gains, so it definitely can go. But a lot of the time it gives back its gains for sure. It's had a lot of reverse splits. And a lot of the time when these plays pop up from sub $1 or $1, they very rarely can get the legs to continue to go. Now, it's the ones that are around $1 already that like to pop and rock and roll. Not the ones that are coming from sub $1. Not that it's really that low below $1. But I'd give it some chance that it could run. Just because we had some, not huge runners, but, 200 or, 100%, 120%, 80% movers recently. That's where we're at. Over 240 to 250 area, watch for a pop up, and it could get there. We haven't seen it here recently. We're seeing it a lot earlier this year, or I should say last year. We're not really seeing it over the last few weeks. We were seeing those $1 plays get to around 3. This does have strong resistance around 320 area, though, over that 240, 250 mark. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. All right, speaking of uptrend channels here, let's go and just go kind of right across the board on my charts there to AZI. AZI has bottom support right around 380. Under 380, watch for a crack down to 360. Under 360, watch for a move down to 340. Under 340, then we move down to around 310 into around 295 area. On the way up, watch for a move. In my opinion, I would wait for I guess it is pre-market. Pre-market high and yesterday's high of day to clear, so 445, 450 area. It's going to have strong resistance at 420. So 420, then we have it around 445 into 450. If we do get over 450 for AZI, which we have strong resistance there over the past, when we were looking at AZI, when it popped up the last couple of weeks of December, over that 450 mark, watch for a pop-up today to around 520. 520. Over 520, AZI has room up to 565. And then over that, strong resistance will be at 650 for AZI. All right, continue the trend there for previous runners from yesterday into today. We have MNTS. Popped up and gapped up a little bit. It's trying to hold a high of day right now from Monday. And that original pop up. Again, too much there at the opening bell. We ended up getting a pretty good bounce play before it didn't really do much the rest of the day. That's right around right now at around 1150. If it cracks that, watch for a move down. In my opinion, it's probably going to go to around I would say 1085. Under 1085 area, watch for a move down to around 1055. Under 1055, then we get a really good pull down to around 10. On the way in and under 10, then we go down to around 950 if we get to that point. On the way up today, strong resistance at 1220. Over 1220, watch for a pop up to 1250. Over that, we move to 13. To 1310 area, maybe possibly in the teens. And then over that to 1360, we can see that really strong starting to come in my opinion, around 1340. We're going to see resistance into 1360. Now, this is on the backside move here, so getting back up, maybe a move like yesterday, where MNTS, we weren't really looking at it at first, and then it starts making a move later in the morning, which it was actually sooner in the morning than I thought. Actually, I thought it was later in the morning. It did get that surge about an hour and a half or so, or hour and 20 minutes after the opening bell, but it was already kind of moving before that. But look for a similar move to that where it doesn't do much at first and could make a red to green move. It's got to have that downtrend break. We're in a very severe downtrend right now. Now, over 1360, if we do get over that, going back in past chart history here, watch for a move up to around 1420, 1410. Over that, watch for a move into around 1480 into 15. If we get over that, it's most likely going up through into the 16s. All right, another previous runner. We got Sid U here for possible hangover play. We've been looking at Sid U for quite a while now. Just going back and looking at the daily, we've been looking at this for quite a few days. It's going to have some resistance up top and support down below, so it could be one of those hangover plays, but also doesn't just give back a lot. Main support's going to be right around, if it cracks down any more today, to 460. My point being, if 460 cracks, it's going to probably be a red day, or at least start off for a while that way. It goes down to 445. Under 445, watch for a move down to around 430. And under that, then we go down to around 4. On the way up, and I don't think we'd get lower than that, honestly. On the way up, we're going to have strong resistance popping in right around 4 or 530. Over 530, watch for a pop into 550. And over that, 580 resistance. Now, if we somehow do get over 580, which we have not been over, and that's 52-week high if you go back and look at it. So over 580, watch for a pop up today to around 675 into 680 would be on watch, and then a potential move to 760 if we do, for whatever reason, and Sid U gets that second leg. I say second leg because you go back and look at it the last, how long we've been looking at it. The first leg up was, we'll call it December 19th, 20th, up until around last day of December. And then we popped up out of that little ascending wedge on December 31st and started flying up into our next new ascending wedge. So we're on the second tier. First tier was from $1 with resistance up to 3. The second tier, we popped up from 3 into this 580 area. So now we have the second wedge and move up. So watch for that third one, which could send us up to that $7+ mark. All right, keep rolling here through these yesterday runners. Ava would be on watch again today for sure. AEVA. Just the fact that we've had that multi-day runner aspect. Main support's going to be right around 1720 and around 17. If it cracks 17, watch for a crack back down to 1660. Under 1660, we go to 1630. And under 1630 down to around 1590. Main support, though, is at 1550. On the way up, strong resistance is really strong. A lot of fails, a lot of touches at 1775 into around the 1790. So 1775 into 1790. If that breaks, watch for then a pop up to 1840-50 area, which we know we've seen that resistance from not only after hours on Monday, but then yesterday and today. If we somehow can get through 1850, this thing's going to squeeze hard to around most likely move up today. I would say to around 1950 and then 20. IMSR, this was definitely on watch for a possible hangover play here. IMSR just popped up yesterday. Doesn't have a lot of good past chart history as far as like, hey, it's going to run or do big things. So I think this is one that could definitely get back. Watch this back under 890 in pre-market lows for the move down to 860. Under 860 down to 830. And it might get a little lower than that. If it does, watch for a move down to around 8. On the way up today, strong resistance is coming in right around 940. Over 940, we moved to around 965. Over that, we moved to 990. Over 990 into 10, watch for move to around 1040. And after hours high, resistance starts around 1020, but moves into that 1040 mark. Over that, watch for a move up for IMSR to around 11. It's going to be really strong resistance there. And then over that, could even get to possibly 12. All right, there are the levels. Elise, how you doing? I don't know if anyone else is still out there. I'm sure people listening, but it's definitely slower. I think I hear something. Hold on a second. All right, back at it. Let's go here to the large cap sector now. Boop. Bam. What's up, King Lion, bro? Stuff, how we doing? Yeah, I know. I'm sure there's other people out there. I don't know if you guys are out there just doing like what I just did, rubbing your head and your face and your eyes. T-Web, what's up? Yeah, nothing, no setups, like I just said. No, so far, nothing I'm in love with. Glue, give it some time. Then its previous runners we're looking at. Not a fan of Lucy, at least not yet. So, just not there. We're just, yesterday we at least had Alms, and I didn't like it at first until it finally gave us that area. I just don't see that happening with any of these tickers, and I don't like anything down here. I don't mind 2050. I don't mind it, but I'm not in love with it. And I want to keep this, undefeated streak going through the new year that I've brought from last year into this year. Well, undefeated streak, but I've been doing great with the bounce plays. Haven't lost in a while. So I'm just waiting for something to build, some setup to come. Right now I don't really see, honestly, a lot that I like at all. Oh, I don't think I did VYTX. I don't think I did that one yet. I think that was the one I didn't do. Right, yeah. That's the other one I hadn't done. VYTX, the other new mover. So VYTX, not a big fan of this, like I was just going over on the live stream. I'm not a big fan of anything so far this morning, which I'll reiterate in a minute. This is down a lot already this morning. VYTX is. These plays that have been popping in after hours just haven't been really doing much. And this was a gapped up on news. It had news yesterday, and it came out of nowhere in after hours, about 3 hours into after hours. I think right around 5 Eastern or 6 Eastern, this thing came out live, and it just kind of set sideways, which let me know it had a huge move at first, and then just set sideways. And now it's just consolidated down, and then down, and then down the rest of this morning. It's got support at 1550. If we crack that, it might hold at 1480. If it doesn't hold 1480, I don't know how much of a short it would be because there's no charting there unless you go to past chart history. So it could fall down, but I've seen a lot of plays don't, it's one of those, I'm just not going to touch it. I don't know how much of a short there's going to be there. And you go back and it crashes to 10. Or you try to short it and it goes down to 1430 and you're like, yeah, here we go. And immediately reverses, then starts to halt up because it's everyone, oh, this got him. And then, which you've seen that before. You're like, really? Now everyone's wanting to buy this? So levels on the way up that at least we can kind of discuss for resistance. 1590, over 1590, watch for a pop into 1635. Over that, we can move to 17 essentially. Over 17, watch for a pop to 1765. Over 1765, watch for a move into around 1685, 1675 area. And over that, then we move to 1950. Over 1950, that's where things could really get interesting and go crazy for a possible move through the 20s. All the way, yes, back up to that 25 marker that we hit in after hours on the dot. There's nothing moving here. Small little pops here. Excuse me, from Lucy. Who's got the mob? No one right now. All right, before we get into large caps, no one has the mob here in small caps. Small pops here from AZI. Small pop back off the VWAP there for Lucy. As I said over in the Discord, if Lucy holds 150, still could hit new high of day. Just not a fan of anything though. Just not a fan of anything at all. At all. So wait and sit back like I did yesterday with alms, and we finally found something that was really nice. But right now we do have Lucy hitting new high of day. Again, it is not like a big 30, 40, 50 cent runner. It runs in about 10 to 20 cents at most at a time. All right, let's get to large caps. Boy, I have brain farts some days. It's so funny. You can see like when I don't type in a ticker, and I'm like, which one do I type in next? All right, over to large caparoonies. SPY here, as we talked about being bully here. I'd again win 700 coming in. I would imagine yesterday was a decent day. We continued up, at that all-time high, area where we're at now. Does it hold? That's going to be the key for us, 100%. Is it going to be the key? Talked about that yesterday. It was hitting all-time high, and when I was talking about that in Power Hour commentary, I think it was possibly, if it holds, and I said it would most likely hold 689 to 688.75 for the rest of the week and moves to 700. So let's see if we do that. On the way up today, we have 692.30 resistance. We just ran right into that again this morning and just failed off of it. Over that, watch for a pop to 693.50, normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day takes it up to 695. On the way down, support's going to come in right at 690.80, under 690.80. Under 690.80 area. Strong support there. Watch for a crack down to 690.50. Under 690.50, that's where we get a good size crack down to 689.50. I'm going to go 690 to 689.50 area, that as I just kind of talked about, start this alert off. Normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes back down to then 688.20, 688.30 area. And if we crack that, watch for a move down to 687.65, 687.85 for your ultimate low of day. Well, back-to-back days alerting Apple for the first time in a while. A great short there yesterday, as I talked about, back under 266. Should have been a short I was actually looking at to take with you guys on the live stream. Set under 266, watch for the move down to 264, and actually went right through that down to 263-ish before bouncing off and holding 264 for a while, right around that area, before then cracking back down to 262s. So today, now we have this great little hanging shelf at 261.40. And we're really starting to get back down below areas that we haven't been in a while, which was 264. So now we have this 261 base down here. If we crack pre-market lows, watch for a move down to 260.50 and then down to 259.20. 259.20, 30 area, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 258.75 to 259. And then one more level down to 258. We'll go 258.75. Well, because that's about you can go 20 cents above or below that. We'll go 258.75 area. But if we crack that, I think we could have one more pullback we did yesterday where we go down a couple more dollars or another dollar down to 257.50. And I'm going to go 257.50, maybe here below it for ultimate low of day. And it could go lower. It may have another $4 or $5 day. We really start running back into the tops from resistance back in September where we were really tight in the channel for about a month there. But now finally cracking back on down. So this is definitely on high watch for the move down today. Now if we do go back on up, watch back over 262.20 for the move to 262.60. Over that, then we go to 263. Over 263, watch for a pop to 263.60 for your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day takes it to 264. And over that, watch for a pop to 265 for your ultimate high of day. First time breaking down Apple back-to-back in a minute. I leave AMD alone. It did have a huge rug pull yesterday, but now it's right back into the 217 to 213, 12 corridor that we were in before. So your trades would be, you have to get back over like we talked about, and it finally did that last Friday where I wasn't around with you guys, but I said, hey, your trades for AMD, I know I alerted that sometime last week. It seems like it was just last week, your last Wednesday when I was going live and doing the year-end confessional New Year's resolution, and it seems like it was just the Wednesday before that, before Christmas, and boy, that was one of the tightest, smallest. Of course, it was a half day. I mean, AMD barely moved that day. This is crazy to see. Regardless, you got to get back over 217. If you remember that alert and you took it on Friday, you had a banger trade. Then the short of it yesterday. And then same thing for the way down below now that we made some real good base off of 211.20 area, 211. So under 211, watch for a short. If we do get that, watch for a move down to 209.20. If we get back over 215, I would say watch for a small spike up to 216.50 to 217. Again, over 217 would be the key. I think we may get stuck, though, in a tight, choppy, rangy day. B just had a really strong move up there. There is no news on it if that I see on Bloom Energy, but Bloom just had a huge move up. The only thing I would say, hey, watch for a short. Have some strong resistance at 107.20, 107.50 area, the high from Monday and Tuesday. The fact that this popped up real quick could continue up. That's what I would be looking for. Now, if we get over that, it's going to squeeze in, which out of the gate, I'm watching for a short there for sure. Otherwise, if we do somehow get a good short, but then if and when we do, I don't know when that's going to be, move over that, watch for the squeeze up to 110. Now, levels on the way down, I see support right around 165, 170. Under that, watch for a crack down, and I called it out perfectly yesterday. I've got a line there. I know, at least I don't know if I called it out for a low of day, but I know I put a level in at 98.65. 98.75 rule. It's major support there. Normal low of day is going to be the pre-market after hours low of 170 cents. Ultimate low is going to that 98.65 line. Yesterday's low. Ultimate low there. Google and Meta. I already remember this from looking at, they're just ugly, choppy, sideways channel. Leave Google and Meta alone. I would not trade Google and NVDA. And just leave those three alone. They're not really pretty day charts. They're stuck in sideways consolidation channels for the last week plus. I will say NVDA level to key level to watch is back under, we'll call it 186.50 to around 186.20. If and when we crack that, that's the bottom of the channel. A good short is incoming down to 184.50, 184s. PLTR got that move up yesterday, so again, good call there. I said over 176, watch for the pop, so that one was good for the move up yesterday. Again, it didn't have a lot of room to run in the end, but it still was a $4 move, which was nice. And actually, after it broke out of 176, it came right down and bounced right off of that level for a bounce play. Today, let's go to it. Under 178, watch for the crack down to 176. The only level I'd worry about is last Wednesday's low of day a week ago today, which is 177.25. 176, normal low of day. 175.85, 176. Ultimate low of day then goes down to yesterday's true low at 174.75, and below that then watch for a move down to around 173.40, 173.50. Ultimate lows there. On the way up, resistance at 179. Over 179, watch for a pop up to around 180. 180 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes back up to 181.65. Over to the Qs here. Let's go over to the Qs here. On the way up today, going to have some. We have resistance right now at 623. Over that, watch for a pop to 624. Over 624, watch for a pop up to 624.90 to 625, and over that to 625.50, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the high here over the past couple of weeks. No, over the last couple of weeks, we are in this kind of like this little downtrend here. That's going to be my normal high of day. Ultimate high of day, watch for a pop up to 626, and then over that, watch for move up. The main resistance is really strong, is at 628.75. I just don't quite think we get there today, and so I'll say 627.50 ultimate high of day. On the way back on down, skis. Support is pre-market low, nice good double bottom at 621.50. 621.50 and around 621.30 is going to be some strong support. If we crack that, watch for a move down to around 620.50. The high from Monday, normal high of day. The high from Monday, normal low of day. Under 620.50, watch for a move down to the major support bounce we had yesterday around 619.75 into 619.50. And if we crack that, watch for then a move down to 618 to 618.20. Ultimate low of day there. And over to Tesla. Almost down to the red line. Of course, the line I have support and resistance in at 628, essentially 627.80. Almost hit that yesterday. Very close to it. On the way up today, because it looks like we could squeeze and pop through the resistance, which is at 436.30. Over 436.30. Watch for a pop to 439. I would worry about 438. Over 438, then we go to 439.30. We've been moving bigger lately, so I've got to go bigger. Over 439.30, we're going to get a good pop into 443.50. Tesla's going to be on watch today to make some big level moves for you guys. Over 443.50, and this could be one where it starts moving like this again and actually running through my levels where I know I can get $3 or $4 between my levels. I'll start trading this more often. 443.50, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes to 446.30. I'll go ultimate high of day there. It could possibly see 448 though. On the way down, support 432. Under 432, we have it at 430. Under 430 yesterday, and of course you can see that 875 rule. It doesn't matter what numbers are in front of it, but that is key. 438 or 428.75, normal low of day, yesterday's low. Ultimate low of day, watch for move down to 423.30. I've got a line in there. What to trade at the bell? Well, Tesla here honestly looks good for that squeeze and potential pop-up over 436.30. Watch for 438 and then 439.30. Another play at the bell that I liked as well would be PLTR back under 178 for the short. The other good trade there today, honestly, and then going back to it, is Apple. Apple under 261.40. Watch for more continuation and short down. Although Apple also too watch for that pop-up. This gets back under yesterday's low in market right around 262.20. This could get a good pop and squeeze. It's been making good moves at the bell. Next is PLTR, right? Next is PLTR. Put this in the chat just so you guys, if people that do just kind of come over, watch out. Tesla. Over. Watch for Papa Bell. Trying to get that typed out and over to the Discord for you guys every morning. Oh, God, bigger burner. All right, cool. Any questions you guys have? I'm about to gotta get a little water. You can tell, almost out. The well's getting dry. For small caps at the bell, I'm honestly loosey. Could you look for that pop in around 2? Glue, does it finally get that squeeze? It's because it's right back in the channel, and the channel is really right around the 23.30 mark into 23.50. Support's right around 22.40, and we have it back down at 22. So we've got like the mid and the larger portion. So the smaller tire is 22.40 support and 23.20 resistance. The larger levels then back down right above it, then or below it, we have 22 support and 23.50 resistance area. And so, does it get out of those levels? Does AZI finally squeeze and get over 450? Nothing I see though at the bell is like, oh, this is it. This is I see a trade yesterday. Luckily, Alms built up a beautiful support area, beautiful upper shadow. That huge wick that we had, we engulf it, go back up. Well, first we went into that upper shadow and failed that wick and failed at 19. If you go back and look at yesterday, and failed about $1 before then ripping up to like the 20 plus mark. Well, that let me know because we came back and bounced on it barely right after we broke out of it at 19. And I was like 19 at 1875, maybe 1850. That's gonna be our bounce, and it held up for a long time yesterday. It was a good bounce. We don't have that today. It would be one thing if, say, Glue's resistance at 22, 30 into 23, all the resistance we have in that 23 mark was, say, up at the high of day at 25, 30, 25, 20. And we kept failing there. I'm like, oh my God, this roof is so gorgeous. If we break out of this roof, we're going for a bounce play at the 25 mark or 25, 20 mark. We just don't have that built up yet. Now maybe, yes, possibly we can squeeze out of this and go to 25, 25, 50, make new high of day, and then look for a possible dip buy back at the 23, 30, 23, 50 mark. But how long does it hold up? Does the VWAP chase up with it and then make it still look okay for a bounce? It's all about the metrics of how, this works out over the next 30 minutes, half hour to the next hour, right? So right now, nothing for small caps at the bell. Sid U looks good for a hangover if he can pop back in. Yeah, Sid U, yep. That's another one too. I'm not a big fan of those. I don't trade those really. I'm just sticking to bounce plays, T-Web. It's one of those things that you have to like go back and backtrack. I like the plays just to crack down. And the only thing about Sid U is just there's so much chart. It'd be one thing if Sid U just popped up yesterday. Sid U's been running for weeks now, for a few weeks, couple of weeks at least, whatever. And it just has all that charting back behind it, so I don't think it's going to get the... Point being, if it was yesterday's first day it popped up, and we've got yesterday's chart and that's it, right? And we could really start to crash down because there's nothing back behind it. But there's just a lot of chart behind Sid U that I'd be worried that it gets hung up in some spots. But it is on watch for that, and I did call it out. For sure. All right, let me take my quick little break. I'll be back here pretty much right at the opening bell, right before... See if we have anything to trade. We'll just we have to have patience. Sit back and wait. Go here. Let me get this on for you guys. You have something before I get back. Boom. Be right back. we doing? How we doing? How we doing? It's another morning. It's the slowest morning that we've seen in a while. I say they've all been relatively slow for the most part, but this one is definitely taking the cake, I think, for this week. Crazy thing, I still keep forgetting that I have this right here. That was like a perfect point. I get that Santa hat down. I got all the Christmas stuff up. I was like, oh yeah, the Santa hat. I came in here yesterday, I think it was. I was like, oh yeah, the Santa hat. It's slow today. We are having glue to crack back, and again, no support, no bounce play for me to be had. Again, 2050 would probably see some sort of support with that lower VWAP band being there as well. We are getting AZI to pop up. As again, while we're going back to previous runners here comes Lucy, like I talked about on the morning alerts, of course, with you guys just a second ago. I could see this popping at the bell. And there goes Lucy again, quick little 10, 15 cent ripper. Like I said, this isn't a 50 cent, 40 cent, 30 cent mover. This is if you get 10, 15, 20 cents, take your profit. There's some sell off and movement getting pretty volatile right now. There's glue. I talked about 2050. It did bounce there at 20. What was that 20? What's the low there? 2111. And it's popping up pretty good here. So Lucy getting a little bit of this red to green move sell off here. Like I said, this too, different than Alms yesterday, where Alms had, that too much. I hear a dog out there. Maybe just Petey. Too much of a straight up move. Too much of a straight up move into the opening bell. We talked about that, even into the live stream with TTP yesterday. And it was kind of a lesson for Kevin Avery when I was talking to him about that. I didn't even think about Alms this morning, but it's not really doing too much. Hangover, I guess I could have brought that up, though. This was just too much of a move. See, that's big move up, down. So this is an hour into the opening bell. Right into the opening bell, you just continue to squeeze and build that bull flag. When you sell off, and again, like we saw, you're going to sell off and usually kind of die off for the day. It's different when you're it's 2 hours for the opening bell, then you come down and then you just sit here and consolidate for an hour and a half for the opening bell. So it's a different look. Sideways consolidation versus a straight move up. This has a little bit better shot to then hold because it's already sold off, as you can tell. So a lot of the time you'll get a second round, a wave of traders to come in. And it helps too that we don't really have anything holding. You have AZI here immediately reversing out of the gate there. So AZI already, reversing with that pop up again, too much into the opening bell. That's why the shot Lucy could squeeze, because it was really just consolidated and really hasn't moved too much. It really had just been going from 167 to 175-ish or so into the opening bell. And here's your move to 2. Nice, good move right there. Really, there you go, a Lucy. That was the only one I talked about in small caps. They're getting that pop at the bell. Still keep glue on watch. It could get a red to green move here like I talked about as well. It's running right into my line of resistance at 23.25. But Lucy, there's your pop to almost 2, as I said. I could see that squeeze at the bell. So Lucy, nice little pop there at the bell. So Lucy, nice good pop. Tesla did not get the pop, speaking of. Apple was a pop in pre-market. That got ruined before I could even get back over and to alert to you guys. And then PLTR is up at the opening bell as well before now coming back down. So the short is it's a little sketchier. So we'll see if that short works out. But we got these all of a sudden, right after I got done with the morning alerts, 5 minutes before the opening bell, these weird random pops from these tickers. The best move of the day so far, and it's not even close right now, and I wish I would have traded it, was Ava for the short. Ava right now is completely getting annihilated to the short side. Already right now about down about $1. Right around $1. So nice good short there from Ava out of the gate. That's about the only play I saw that's made a decent move. Good size in the small caps. That was somewhat predictable. Any questions you guys have? Any stocks you want to go over? Ava was the better mover at the bell. So that was a good one there. I know you talked about Sid U, T-Web. Ava was another one for a good... And let's just go back to the point of this. Let's just show this on the big chart. We'll see what Glue does here. I'm going to give Glue some time. That'd be the only one I like so far. So we'll go over to Sid U real quickly and go back to some charting here. See, we just have so much charting to work through here on Sid U. So we have a lot of movement, right? It's been moving a lot over the last 2 weeks. A lot of movement here over the last 2 weeks right there. And that's what I was talking about in the morning alerts. Here was round 1, first stage. Now we're in stage 2. And this was a little bit, this was a little bit more ascending and prettier. This one's a little bit more choppier, but it still kind of has that ascending look to it, like this one does. It's kind of similar looking, but regardless, we just have a lot of charting to eat through. And then you go back to play when it's the first day mover like Ava, where it's just moved up in after hours, and then we just have yesterday. These, just for whatever reason, like I've noticed, have moved down better for hangover plays. That for that first day hangover kind of, and that was the move. We talked about that in the morning alerts, cracking the $17 area and watch under 17 for the move down. So this was by far the best play of the day for any trader out there watching or looking right now. It's not even close for small caps or, in my opinion, large caps. Ava was nice. It was predictable. I don't know if Kevin Avery got a piece of that. It would be nice to see. Nice red to green move. I said 2050, so a bounce play did work out. I was a little suspect on it. Whoa, was this just a misprint? That has to be a misprint. There's no way that's real time in sales down there. There's no way that hit 180s, 60s. There's no way. That has to be a misprint. Got to be a misprint right there on Lucy Team. That did not just happen. There's no way that just happened. There's no way. Now it's selling back on off. Now it's selling back on off. All right, here we're still watching glue. Let me kind of zoom in here and give me a little more aspect of what I'm looking at. Man, nice fail when we came back up and bounced. Look at it using those lines here, team. That's why I say put your lines in. I still just don't trust it right now. It's a little herky-jerky for me. You can even just go over here to the time and sells and see the spread. That's what I use to see the spread. I don't have to do the level 2, but I'll show you guys. There is some spread there, so there's some decent spread on glue. Right now, holding this 23-30-20 mark. And again, was nothing to, I would never have taken that bounce. Never, ever, ever. Now, this bounce, yeah, maybe in some 2020, maybe possibly 2021, where it works its way back up after it rejects off this line. Like, oh man, if we can come back down to the 22-30, 22 mark, I'll take a quick dip and rip type of action, which you get there. But that was when it was so hot. 2020, 2022, you saw that a lot more often, honestly. Ava there, let's see if we go back to yesterday and see some charting at this area. I'm going to have to go back to a 3-minute at least. Yeah, it's starting to run into, let's see here, we got 1590. So really where we're at right now, building this bear flag. Yeah, it's at 1575, 1570 area, 1560. So you're kind of running into this lows from yesterday. That's right. This is a bounce play that I remember. Yeah, I remember this one. Okay, this makes sense. I'd be careful taking that backside short, with that next move down. Does look sexy and juicy. I do like the bear flag look, and it looks like it wants to go down a little more. I just would be careful taking that next leg down right there. VYTX getting a sell-off too. VYTX. I'm telling you, these after-hours plays just are not holding up. Sid Hugh is getting a little bit of that red to green move, so if you do want to, if you're looking for that, hangover type of short, 520, 530, could be it possibly. So go over to glue. Ava's, again, kind of slowing down right there. I have it on watch over here. Well, this will be the bottom right one, not glue. Sid Hugh. I guess because it rhymes. I don't know why I put that in. I'm going to go over to, we have the upper VWAP band there too as well. So if you go for that 520, 530 area for the short, there you go, working out pretty good. I would go for that short if I didn't see this. If I just saw everything at 535 and 525, it does scare me a little bit with Sid, you being that multi-day runner too as well. If it was, again, yesterday's first day runner. Just not a fan of it. You can see a lot of traders too that end up like myself, 5, 7, 10 days in, they're just typically not looking or trading that ticker anymore, or just stay away from it. And it's just this weird thing. PLTR is absolute trash right now. I'll go through some large caps real quickly. Alva. I was adding too many tickers. Alm's not doing anything. I was looking at that, the upper lower VWAP band. AMD did get a good crack at the bell. So AMD, and I talked about that 211 short. That got a good crack at the bell. So that was another one there. It had a little bit of a pullback before the opening bell, but that was really nice. You need to start, that's the one. That's the hard thing, is which one's it gonna be. This one wasn't bad. I forgot about AMD under that 211 mark. I think I forgot to reiterate that in what to trade before the or what to trade at the bell, because I said watch that under 211 to go down to 209. Under 209, then you're going to go down to 206.50, and I think we hit 206.50. I'm just looking back at charting over here. 207.17's low of day. That was a good move at the bell. So AMD was good at the bell. AMD was good at the bell. Baba, not bad. I didn't like really Baba. What did B do? B went up a little bit higher than that 107 mark that I talked about. I just wasn't. I'm not a big fan of shorting the top. I like when the bottom falls out of plays. Again, today a good example of that was AMD. Google, good squeeze at the bell. Google, nice squeeze at the bell. MNTS, oh, I forgot about that. It's another one. MNTS. Popping back on up here. That's got some really strong resistance at 1330 to 1360. You know, if that can get up there a little bit higher, that's not bad for a short at the top. 520 is not bad there. I don't know if T-Web, if you got that, there's your short you wanted. Again, if you're up 10, 15 cents on that, you know, I would definitely start taking some profit. Hasn't really, and again, I'm not a big fan of Lucy. I'll get away from it for the time being. Actually, AZI is really slowing down, so I'm going to move it away from it from now. I'll go to MNTS over here. So we'll see if MNTS can squeeze up right now a little bit faster into this 1330 mark, 1320, 40 mark. That could be good. I'll put AZI on watch over here. And Google, I think that was one definitely that I didn't alert today, but we'll go back over to Google real quickly here. Ran right into a line that I have, though, for that 320.20 mark. So this will definitely, I said, watch for a pop over 317, I think was my alert I gave on Google. Was that's your long over 317. Man, couple of plays working out there. Plays I forgot to mention at the bell, or at least one was AMD. You know, I did bring up AMD. I said watch that in there. It was in there, and these are kind of like sketch plays. Like, I won't give you levels, but AMD under 211. That was bottom of that channel. Cracked down to 207. That was nice. And Google, I said Google over 317. Watch for that to get a pop, because that was your kind of level for the breakout. I didn't think we'd get it. Boy, 317. It went to 320. So both of those plays, one with about a $4 crack on AMD, and then you get $3 on Google. So just again, that's why I say I can't look at everything, and I hate that with this. You just don't know which large cap play it's going to be at the bell. The plays I alert at the bell turn out to be trash. The plays that I'm like, well, I'm not going to give you levels, but you know, if you break out of 317, you're probably going to get a good move up. And then here we go. We're already now, and we're racing a new high of day. Same thing for AMD. I said, hey, watch under 211. You know, you'll get a good short there. And that works out. So I'm not even looking at them because I'm not thinking it's going to happen. And then yet those are the ones that work out to be great. So I gave the levels. I'm glad they're working out. If someone did sit on those and they just waited for those, because they trade those every day or just wait for those, Google and AMD, well, they worked out. Those were the banger trades here at the bell. Man. And this is exactly what I was, describing here recently about the large caps and why I haven't traded them that much, because I'm not looking at Google. I'm really looking at small caps more so for you guys here recently and helping you guys out to make sure we have those covered. And I'm just not liking the action because I'm like, okay, it's going to be maybe PLTR, Tesla, or whatever I said, Apple. And those end up being trash. And then the ones I'm like, well, I'm not going to give you levels, but, over 317 is probably going to get a good move. Well, there's a $4 move. Same thing now for AMD, which looks like it wants to go to new low of day. It's building a bear flag and wants to go for a little bit more. I think it might get down to like 206, maybe 205.50. It's going to give you maybe $1.50 more. It's not going to be worth it on the contracts, in my opinion. Shares get a little bit of profit. The play was when I alerted under 211 for AMD. I wasn't even looking at it. And unfortunately, that's what we've been dealing with large caps, and it really been really annoying where used to, like, yep, this is the one, watch it. Oh, yep, told you. Oh, that one too. That told you. Who got that one? I missed it. I got mine. Oh, yep, there we go. And then you would get these continuation days. Like now, this is what we get. We get these pop-ups and then just joof, right? Look at this joof. Used to, we'd get the squeeze, and it wouldn't squeeze as hard at the bell. It would squeeze, and if it did, it would build a little bit more like bull flags along the way. So you go through the 3-minute time frame. Right now we build a bull flag, and I'm like, all right, watch for the next leg up, and watch for it to, if it holds this red line, let's go for the next leg up. And you'd see it squeeze through levels or crack through levels. I would take those breakouts, or I'd take the shorts. Now you don't get the stare, and then the stare, and the stare. You very rarely get that. You either get the race straight on up, you get like that yesterday, and then you get this. It's just, or you move up with a lot of these plays, which I can, I guarantee I can find one within the last, few days. So let's go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Maybe even Google's done it. Yeah, like this. Here's a great example. This. We race up and then we just choo. Don't really give you a lot of trade opportunity for the rest of the day. It then turns into a lot of chop and just sits out to the right, which there's going to be, here's like another day. Just joof, and then there's not much down here to be had. I mean, there's still decent movement, right? But it's a little unpredictable down here because like yesterday, I think it was Tesla yesterday. I know it was because I was over on the live stream with you guys on TTP. There's a good staircasey kind of day in a way-ish, right? Not perfect, but it used to build more of those throughout the day. You'd build like 3 or 4 of those, and you could sit there and trade them. But yesterday, this is kind of like this, where you only build one bear flag, which is a pretty big one. It's not great, not a nice tight one. And then Detmar yesterday, like, where's the bounce at? I'm like, where's Dave? This is what, and then you don't get a lot of good trades. And then you sit around to the right down here for a while. The big reversal, maybe off the VWAP, I get it. Maybe there's a key fib line there or something, but. And here's a key, like another great example of what we're doing. Here we go. Oh, we're down. Oh no, we're not. We're so we're at low of day. No, we're at high of day. Yeah, it just isn't as clean as it used to be. Here's a great example of go up and then you build a chart. Now it's not bad if you could build, if you want to trade a trend. This was a great day if you're a trend trader and you could just put your line in at 53.90, 454 and trade bounce plays off of that, and then you're taking it back up to say 456.50 to 457, and then taking your short back on down and then going long, and until that trend finally cracks, and then you get out of the trade, immediately go, okay, cool, the trend's cracking, I'm now gonna go short, get out of my long here and go short. Eventually at some point this isn't gonna last. It's either gonna break through or it's gonna crack. That's a way to trade it, or put a trend line even there if you want to put the trend line in, whatever. But this is what we do a lot of. Race up, and then you just do this the rest of the day, where I'm used to, like, we build these, like, we go up, build a bull flag, and then build another one, and then another one. And then now it's just this a lot, kind of sort of what we're seeing. Or, it's what I call erratic. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, the bounce play was gorgeous right there. I will say that, looking back at Tesla. But how often do you trust that? It'd be one thing if you're seeing that work very often, but that would be perfect. This was, a good bounce play. I do see that now. But again, you have to be looking at these plays and waiting for them and anticipating them in a way-ish. 520, that's what I told you there, Tim. I don't know if you took that little profit there. Lucy's still kind of out to the right, not doing much. Another great bounce play off 22. So we are seeing 22 work out really sexy right there on my line that I put in here. Now this is where do I want to take another trade? I would take another trade off of 22 if it actually could come back up and the right side's not lower. If that right side is lower, we may get another bounce off 22, but we may only get about 30, 40 cents. Again, too, you got to think about this. This stock's slowing down. Even with it slowed down, we have a 4, 5, 6, 7 cent spread here, as you can see. When there's a lot of volume, that spread's going to get a little bit bigger again. I don't want this to come down and test again. I'd rather this pop up, go to a new high of day in market, then come back on down. And I like 22 still there. CT Web, let's see, I'm trying to focus more on balance. But yeah, I got you, and I saw that before. Sorry, I know right before I got off and before I got back on, you said, you looks like a good hangover player. That's my problem, yeah. Yeah, I just have to sit back and wait what I know is working for me. What's working for me are getting these bounce plays. So, that's what's working for me the best. Nice, Hamilton. Good job, Hamilton. Got the 22 bounce. Yeah, 22 sexy. 22, if you took it there, this is it. This is kind of the bounce area. You're short slowly working out a little bit more. But yeah, you just have to sit back and wait for like what setup you like to trade and just trade that. And all the parameters meet up and all the stars align, especially in this market that we're in right now. I mean, I don't know how many times I've been on the TTP live stream and they're like, oh, it's ugly out today, or it's slow out today, and it's just not that pretty. It just has been that way from small cap to large cap. And then just to see guys like Michael Noss that are coming over to the small cap sector and trying to trade that and trying to find ways that you can, that are simple, idealistic trades that you can trade, but put them into the bot essentially and have the bot trade them, and he's trading small. It just lets you know that even in large caps, it's ugly out. Max, good morning, boss. Yeah, ended up being money. Yeah, that was awesome on VYTX there, or VTYX. Yep. That was nice. I know we talked about that. Because there was just really nothing to hold this play up. I talked about that in the morning alerts. I'm like, it could be one of those things that just fades all the way down to 10. And it hit 1350s or so far. So and it's pretty much just hanging out in the 13s after it just sold off there pretty nicely. AZI dead, not really doing too much. Hit 460. Essentially hit, yesterday's high of day. It went a little bit higher today, but it's hit high of day and has come back down pretty nicely. Sid U, looking at that there with you guys as well. Nice. It's not I mean, we're not looking at anything, or we're not really missing anything, I guess I really should say. Only thing we missed really would be the 22 bounce right there on glue. That one, that's not that bad. Breakout at the start of the day, your 15, 20 cent plays here. Not bad here on Sid U. If you got the short. I'm just not a big fan of shorting the top on multi-day runners. Now, if it's the first day runner, maybe even run into the second day's highs. Glue's trying to do what I want it to do here. If this can pop up one more time here and kind of make this, and kind of get rid of that M-shaped look, then I would take one more pullback in the bounce at 22. Put some orders in around 21.80 into 22, somewhere in there. Ooh, quick little pop to high of day. New high of day there on Lucy, not bad. There's a 30-cent bounce play off the VWAP. And you go back and look. Not old resistance, new support perfectly, but it's not a built up great. You see it from 170, 177 mark. Not, you're getting the bounce at right there in that area is my point. So not bad. You're kind of seeing the consolidation and where it was trying to move to. That wick was a little worrisome. I'm not surprised if anyone does have that. That wick would scare some traders off. So we see the sell off. It's recovered pretty nicely. And this is what Lucy does. It's a 20 cent, 15 cent. If you hold on long enough, you get 30 cents out of it kind of mover. AMD chilling out to the right now. No short really incoming there. Sid U working out for you. Again, there's that 520 reversal. Like I said, it probably wasn't going to give you much. 15, 20 cents there as well. Kind of like a Sid, I should say, a Lucy for the day. Also with the upper and lower VWAP bands where they're at. You can see this is at tightened up at 480. This one's at 425 essentially, so give or take a couple of cents. It's and then caving into one another. It does seem to be channeling range bound for now. Really only play that I feel like what we've gotten recently where we get an easy 40, 50, 60 cents in a play would be glue as of now. It is starting to channel up really tight. So that's the one thing that kind of starts to go, okay, well, are we going to start moving like we normally do? Are we going to start moving to this kind of glue? And we can go back and pass chart history in the 1 year, 1 day and try to find bigger days and what they look like. Even if you go back to say, look at, yesterday's movement, but look at the volume. So again, we go back and look at yesterday, oopsies, or days that it looks like it moves more. And the only reason it moved more yesterday was because of that. Look at when it moves, how much it moves. We go from 1480 to 1380. So $1, right? And it's just good, but that's like kind of like doesn't happen often. Hesitant right now still. Because it's kind of gotten rid of that M-shaped look. So I don't mind one more bounce at 22, into 2180. But I'm just not fully in love with it. Nothing's really holding up today. So that's another reason why I'm a little worried. As we have truly no small cap ticker that's taken the mob. We'll go back. This is kind of that time of the day that I need to go over to YouTube. Because I'm not usually I'm sold on a ticker of some sort.
I added the word record. So you can see record at the very bottom down here. I typed in the word record. You dip by here. So I'm not leaving anything. But when it comes down to these like penny stock type of plays, what if the 186 to 184? You see why I started off by shorting this play with a cost basis around 165 with about 5,000 shares. About a 6,000.
Cover some, but it's Lucy at 2.
Lucy in the sky.
Again, Lucy, guys, if you're
trying. He likes that play. It's ugly. It's getting a decent hangover today, though. It's working for him today. It killed him yesterday.
GVLT. That's hilarious.
He's
back
looking at Lucy
a ton of volume into a halt up. I might.
Lucy
But could give sloppy
INBS
seconds. I mean, is that thing really going to reach 2 now?
Had a good pop. I forgot about INBS. Good runner.
That sell-off?
Good runner. Good runner there from INBS. Not really building up anything. It's kind of like past chart history there.
True.
This kind of reminds me of MNTS yesterday did this. And we got a second day move.
INBS.
Third day
Oh
move
my
now for
God.
INBS. That
Tuna.
did also pop up yesterday.
We called it.
Just with INBS.
Yes,
it just
it's
never
pumping.
really gave us a good, bounce area.
Yes,
Even when
it's
it did
pumping.
that, that's kind of
Illiquidity
scary. When I go back
crisis.
and look at it, is it a bouncing
I
trade?
keep
And it does
jumping
bounce
this
in some areas,
right
but
here,
it's
though.
not really that good of a bouncer. When you look at yesterday's charts, I want to get a bounce trade in if I'm going to get anything in right now.
BNAI is really the one that's working well for me. AZI is kind of teetering right there, but BNAI is working real well. Lucy, I think, gets heavy on this trend line, and we start kind of dribbling out on it like a little bouncy ball, and then we crack it. The 2 level is going to be very tough on it.
I just always like to go around, see what people are looking at. We got there are a lot of people live today. J Trades is actually already live this morning.
Like that's what they're trying to do. But let's see. Because look like we got some room to still push towards that 93.50 to 94. So let's see. Can we get it? Because remember, guys, we got ISM data coming out, and we have that JOLTS data coming out at 10 o'clock.
Of course, I was just looking at the SPY. We know that. But yeah, there's like a lot of people that I follow on. They're all live today for the most part.
They only happen at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's not like I get those notifications every second all day. You really only have your phone blow up at 7, 7:30, 8 o'clock, 8:30. So it's just like you expect it. It's like, hey, at 7 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock, 8:30, my phone's going to blow up. And that's just because I'm getting the hot keywords. But again, that's what I want.
Every day I'm on YouTube, this dude's live. I noticed that recently. Like, it seems like since Thanksgiving, right around there. I don't remember the last time I haven't seen him live on YouTube.
But yeah, it's kind of like when you're an oil company, you're also producing natural gas. These things all move.
Damn it, Glue. That was probably the last volatile bounce play we're getting. Look
so
at
get
really
on the
starting to
UBC
dry
there,
out
by the
here,
way,
team.
guys.
Just sit back and
TNA,
wait.
TQQQ,
We'll
all
sit back
that.
here.
Again,
Maybe move over to large cap tickers. We're not missing anything here.
On the time frame on the range, we can see reversal
The
patterns
mass
that we're
trader.
getting
There's
close
someone
to
on the fivers right now. He goes by the mass trader. Maybe he thought it was cool. Came out during COVID. Just stuck with it.
Watching.
Let's see. Let's see here. What's going on? Oh, it's the I have the desktop. Sorry, the desktop was on. The desktop audio is on. Yeah. I have the desktop audio on. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I forgot the desktop was on. My bad. The desktop was on. My bad. I was listening to people. Oh, I'm not listening. You're actually hearing them. I'm not hearing them. I was looking at the charts. That's so funny. I was like, I'm not even listening to them. I'm just looking at the charts. I forgot I had the desktop audio on still, though. So big pull. Big sharp pullback out of nowhere there for INBS. Huge sell-off. Boy, that spread's got to be nasty. Yeah, 25 cent spread there on INBS. Ouch! 30-cent spread there on INBS. Man, that is nasty. We are getting MNTS to pop up there. I wanted it earlier. This is too bull flaggy for me for INBS, but if you do want to go for a short, again, it's a lot like SID-U. Could potentially continue to squeeze, but it has that reversal at the 13 or 50, 13, 40, 50 mark. I wanted it on this candle right here, if it was a 3-minute, 5-minute time frame. This is too much of a bull flag. Now we can come back and rest off this 1280 mark. It can come back and rest off of this area. So it makes me a little worried that this could then squeeze and go for more and then maybe be our multi-day runner that we're looking for. And again, bounce play would be good. What I'd love, because then we'd get one finally and a setup. We'd come into 13 here, like right now, and fail, build a bull flag from 1330s, 1340s to here. Just build a bull flag, and then boom, pop up to 1475. I'm just throwing out a number. Somewhere into the 14s for sure. Then we could come in and surround this area with dip buy opportunity. Again, 12, 10, an area that maybe if built up a chart for here, INBS did not build up a chart. A little bit, I guess. This was so crazy wiki. But, seeing that line work out's pretty nice. It's, again, that spread's crazy. What's up, Bill? Yeah, bro. So, how you doing? Couldn't hear you once the others playing your mic. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I wasn't trying to play them at all. I wasn't. Anyway, what I was saying was, is Deck ever live anymore? Or does Deck have a paid service? That's what I was saying. Because I was like, what? Like, he's live on YouTube, so that's probably what you were when you're not hearing me. I was talking about what we were looking at, not missing anything. And I was like, oh, there's INBS, and then oh, J Trades is live anyway. And he only looks at SPY, and I was like, is Deck ever? It seems like he's always free now. And there's that squeeze I was talking about for INBS there for a potential move. All right, we do have MNTS new high of day. So MNTS new high of day. MNTS new high of day. So we do have MNTS new high of day. We'll go back and put glue. Like I said, I think glue's. I think it's not going to give us a bounce play. First off, now it's finally getting a little bit of movement here as glue. Little bit of movement here from glue. Finally, you can see it was really dead there for a minute. Glue's finally waking up. Finally waking up. Alert there, good alert there from Love Chip 2. SMX and NBY, not bad. SMX kind of popped up too today. I'm not a big fan of it. As of now, a huge wick upper shadow just formed. Sid U trying here. Sid U is trying. NBY not bad, just really low volume. Really low volume. We just I go over to you. I do this every day when it's slow. So days like today when I don't have a trade in, what I do is I go to my my channel over here to the left, because I always have YouTube pulled up from the music that I'm playing, and then I have like Stocks Rocks, and it's Sean Deckmar, Trade the Pool, the Fiverr, J Trades, Kevin Avery, Trader Life TV. I'd say, all the different people that streamers that I follow, just to for days like today, and I'll just go over to each and every one of them to see if I'm missing anything, and go to their live stream and see what's up. Is there something new up that we're missing? Is there anything at all that I'm missing? But no, I haven't seen him not live. I have not seen him not live on YouTube in the morning for months. I mean, it's been, my point being, because I'm just thinking we're in January, it's been since I don't know. I can't remember. That's what's crazy. I know, was it October? Was it November? He's live on YouTube every morning. That's, I'm like, why would you even pay to be a Tradecaster if he's just on YouTube to be live every day for free? That's what I was saying. It's like, I don't remember that, is my point. I was like, when did this happen? And I'm like, I can't remember. And now I was like, now it just continues to be the theme. And I'm like, when? And it was weird. It was weird. It's a weird. I don't get it. So that's all I was asking. I was just saying, hey, what is going on there? Sid U with a quick pop-up. We are building up a nice bear flag right there. Help me interesting to see how that goes down. Sid U is popping up to new high of day. So is NBY. NBY new high of day. Lucy, I'm just not a big fan of. That's just one of those things I think you just hold on to the short there and hope to get your 10, 20 cents out of it. This is a slow mover here, but it is starting to track up a little bit more volume. But you can see the volume is relatively low there. Like on that 1 minute candle, you're seeing that right. That is 9,000 shares traded in 1 minute. It's not going to be the easiest play to get in and out of because of that. We are getting glue to pop up here. Long at 22 was the play of the day there. That long at 22 was the play of the day. And this is exactly what I wanted to see for glue for another bounce play at 22, but a little bit earlier, not this much. NBY still popping though. I do like MNTS. We got a bounce play the other day. I like MNTS for a bounce play back off this 1280 mark. So that's the only thing I like. 1280 bounce play for MNTS. That's the bounce play I'm looking for. That's the play I like. We're not missing anything at all. I don't see anything we're missing. Everyone's on the same plays or trades we are. I'm just going to see how this works out in the 1 minute time frame. If it does give us a good move for the short, I'm not going to trade it. But the bear flag on this is something I would love to trade in the past with more volume for sure. So entry would be somewhere around 1183, 1182, 1184, probably somewhere in there. Miles. Merlin, stop it. Merlin, stop. Merlin? Oh no, come down more. I'm putting my orders in right now. I literally am putting all my orders in right now. You gotta be kidding me. Oh gosh, look here, all my orders, team. I'm literally... All right, we'll see if we get it. We still could maybe come back down and get it. Well, I'll see what we get here in this can. I wouldn't mind it popping up a little bit more, but I literally was just putting all my orders in, and there are my orders, and that's where I have them in at 87. Anyway. Oh, Dookie. And I'm glad to see, and this is why we didn't take that, that shelf crack. NBY, nice mover there. NBY continues to go. Dang. All right, so let's continue to keep our eyes peeled here. NBY, nice mover. Not a big fan of SMX. Volume's really ugly and low too as well. Sid U, new high of day, but then right back on down, so nothing surprising there about Sid U. Anybody taking good trades out there? Best trade of the day so far is the glue bounce at 22. I know Daza Hamilton out there got that at the 22-10 mark. We have the line in there. Got the dip out of the bell. I wasn't paying attention. I was yapping it up. Probably would have liked that if I would have been a little bit more tuned in there. That was a good bounce play. That was it. That was your best move of the day. That was your best move of the day. Merlin. Yes. Sorry, man. My bad. I missed the chat. Yeah, it seems it's been live for... Yeah, it's weird. My TS official name's 115. 115. It's done, huh? I know what you meant, bro. Oh, yeah. Just busting balls. You're good. Yeah. Doing TS12. Yes. T-Web. You're all over it, T-Web. So funny. Does that... Hey, T-Web. Does that not make you feel good, though? There's that relation confirmation, coming into play? Yes, glue. Yeah, glue's good. Glue's good. Again, I don't like the bounce play at 23. I would still prefer 22. And you're like, damn, really, Josh? I'm like, I actually would probably, if this comes back down, I would put orders in at 22.40 into 22. So if this comes back down and doesn't move up anymore, which is what I'm hoping for glue, 22.40 into 22 for the bounce play. I'm still going to leave the orders in for MNTS as well. So MNTS, I'm still going to leave the orders in for MNTS. Yes, and T-Web, yeah. For now, I would. The fact that we hung up. I don't want it to go up and then... No. I want this to hold up. I want this even like in the 1370s, 1380s. knowing that we just got from Lowe's a good almost 80, 70, 60, 78, whatever cent bounce. That's what I want. I want this up. So I'm still going to leave them in for now, you know, in hopes that we get up a little bit higher and then come back down. And then our target for when we get filled here is if we get the 1320s, 1330s, somewhere in here, we're going to take most of our profit. A lot like what we did, you know, with the trade yesterday where we got filled in the 80s, you know, and then a lot of you guys were out in the 20s and 30s. And then the goal would be like I wanted yesterday, then get back up to here. That would be target 2 for me, and then target 3. Fuck, damn it. Whoever took glue at 22, great job. Again, whoever took glue at 22, you killed it today. That was the bounce play. Should have been a little bit more tuned in right there. And again, I would have put the same thing. Would have had orders in from 22.40 into 22. There's exactly what I want. So yes, leaving orders in for MNTS. Let me let some dogs in. They're going to be sitting, sniffing at the door. So hold on. Added some extra ones. Added the one that everyone thinks is it. Einstein must be eating shit. Avery's yelling at Einstein. Einstein! I'm like, he must be eating shit. Oh, the fact that this did go up to 25 and hit that high of day area, which is not bad for a double top. Again, if you took that, you know, this is where you can get a 50, 60, 70 cent play in a matter of a minute with this ticker. I want this to hold up a little longer. What happened? Hey. Queenie or Rue, you get up. Rue, will you get up, please? Rue, get up. So Margot can lay right there with you. Thank you. All right. I was going to say if that held up longer. Oh, look at the reversal and off a high of day. Oh, man. Nice double top right there. Good double top. I wish this held up longer because then I would say let's take the bounce play off of this 23. Then I do like 24 into 2380. It's a little sketch right now, but you could take a bounce play around 2375 into 2350. This is the area you would be looking for a bounce play right now. And you can have this really, if you zoom in on glue here, you kind of this uptrend channel, right? You know, so to speak, down at that area too as well. So that's where you could look to get a bounce play right now on glue. See how this holds up and may look to get a bounce play there. Freaking MNTS, you ass. Almost got filled there. I'll still leave my orders in on MNTS, you know, for now, but good play. Damn it, I wanted that. That's the one I love. I like MNTS. I like that for a long. That was beautiful. What are you such a goober and lay right there? You have to be that close to me? This girl is obsessed with me. Oh, Max, that sucks. That sucks, Max. That was a good double top right there. Good double top right there. I still like the 2240, 22 area the most. But if you want to take a smaller bounce trade, you know, put orders in around 2380 into 2350. You could even have orders down into 2340, 30 area. That's the thing. It's just such a wide area because of this downtrend and this squeeze that we had. Beautiful tight squeeze and downtrend break right there. That was beautiful. Nice little pop. Still wicky on the way up. I do like bounce plays on it a little bit more than breakouts just because, you know, how that range and the spread starts to kick in. But this is kind of your bounce area for now. And the lower the better, in my opinion, closer to that 9 EMA, or 9, the VWAP, I should say, trend line and deviation channel. But this is what I was saying, maybe putting orders in at 2380. Because this is what can happen a lot of the time. These quick wicks down and you get filled, hopefully. And then you're right back on up, you know, in the profit. Boy, Lucy just dead out to the right. Sid U slow and steady still. Not bad from Sid U. Like it's up a lot for the day. Main play right here is MNTS and glue. Again, what we're working with, 50% gainers, 40% gainers. I don't think today we have a supernova gainer. Yeah, I mean, this is what we're up today. These are our bigger movers. Lucy's up, 40, whatever, 50, almost 50%. But yeah, it's this is it. Okay. Glue again, like I said, Glue the best one of the day so far, and then MNTS second. Second, God, that was if we would have gotten filled there, team. I was putting orders into this was coming down. God, just to get filled there a little bit. New fucking high of day. You gotta be good, mate. Yeah, beautiful. It's exactly what I wanted to see. I'm gonna leave those orders in case we do come back on down. Only other thing you could hope for right here, and it's not gonna do it, unfortunately, is it would be to fail again in this area, which was I was hoping it would do, and then bull flag and get tight and then squeeze. It's not gonna build up the perfect chart for us here. It's gonna build up an okay one. We'll see how much it gets here for us. I was hoping to stay in this area a little longer, but now what we're going to have to do here, MNTS, you little booger, you. Man, that hurts not getting that bounce play. Going to have resistance starting right now in this 1430 mark, 1420, 1430 mark. So this will be some resistance for MNTS. Then we could start to get moving even more, though, but this is a floor. You can see here, even into this area, 1450. So 1430, 1450 area is going to have some resistance here. That's why I wouldn't take the bounce play off of this area. It's not going to give you what we want, unfortunately. So I'm going to leave my orders in down low. I may even move the orders up, depending on how we stay. If we stay up in this area for a while, yeah, it's all good, T-Web. At least we're in the right area. We knew what we were trying to do there. We just didn't get that. It just kind of becomes a bullish play in the end. Now, I was wondering when this was going to happen for NVY. We get this huge surge here. We go from, and a play that never does this, we go from 770 to 910. We go $1.40. $1.40, and then we can watch it sit here probably for the rest of the day, and I say rest of the day, but doing what it does, doing this kind of stuff, and then volume slowly dies out of it. Right now, Glue volume is dying out of it. That's why that 2380 area would have been nice to get filled there. Again, the low there was 2380 on the dot. Don't know if we would have been filled, even if we would have put orders in there, because I said lower was safer, and I'm still sticking with the guns there at 2240 into 22 for the dip buy. Just not a lot of big, great movement for the day, honestly, here across the board. Couple of good plays, honestly, today have not been a lot of good plays. This last good play, honestly, I think, in my opinion, was here. The reversal off of the high of day and that 25 resistance failure that we had in pre-market. You can even start putting orders in around 2490. 2490 to 2520, which we got that a couple times in there. Boom, there was one reversal. Then we got another one, right? So we can see that area is working out. This, the dip, and then not hit new high of day, but we wanted a little bit lower. It's all good. I think what we're going to do now, we've stayed up in this area long enough that I'm going to probably move my dip buy areas up to around the 13, 20s, 30, anyway, somewhere in here. I'm going to see how much longer this holds up, and then I'm only going to probably move my orders through here. Yeah, and there you go, Broseph. So yeah, I'm going to move them up to right through this area, Broseph. If this holds up a tad bit longer, I'll give it another couple of minutes. The longer this holds up, obviously, then yeah, for sure. We're going to want to move those up a little bit. Now, this area still could become a dip buy area later on. If we're going to get the next dip, this is going to be that dip option, in my opinion. SMX going to new high of day. Bro, so yeah, and so we got SMX, yeah, and so we're going to do that now. Just hit new high of day. All right, going over to trade the pool and moving my orders up, team. They're all getting moved up. There we go. We're going to go 13.27. Oh. 13.27. 13.17. 13.01. And I'm going to leave one low down here at 12. Nah, I'm going to put the other one at 13. We'll go 13.11. 13.11. So 27, 17, 11, and 01. All right, sit back and wait. Didn't really get a dip off of 14, honestly, either. So that'll be a little, that'll be key for us to get back through 14 for the move down and for the bounce. Now, again, it's like, could we take the short? Well, where the short's going to come in at? Unless you're just trying to short the top and you're gathering in, and just anticipation for the pullback. There's not like there's the charting from past chart history that we were talking about into this area. Getting some standoff, some standstill right now, though. You're looking at, I'm looking at the small cap tickers across the board, and I'm not seeing a lot of good action. We're not seeing a lot of very good action right now. It's one of the slower days that we've had, for sure. SMX new high of day. I'm going to get IMBS off the board. It is way too slow. SMX, though, new high of day. It is rolling. Volume is lower. Volume is lower there. You can see on it overall. But SMX is hitting new high of day. Oh, come on, MNTS. Stop going. Stop going. Man, I want to dip buy. 14 is going to become the dip buy if we go to 15 plus here. SMX new high of day rolling here, team. So new high of day. If this goes up a little bit higher, we're going to move our dip buy orders into around the 14.10 mark. I'm right now going to start moving them up already off of this area to around 13.60. But this looks good. 14.10, 14, 14.20. I want it to new high of day, though. I want this up a little bit higher. What round is this? Oh my God, off the depths of the floor. Wow. There is like no charting here really to hold this down really either. 28.75. I'd say next would be probably a move into 30, into 30, probably even 32. I would say 32. Watch this on high watch here for SMX. Yeah, SMX. Like I said, this is on high watch here. That 30 to 32.50 area is going to be some strong resistance just naturally, and of course a little bit on the chart as it runs up here really strong. A little too much too fast. A little risky biscuits for myself. Oh, this is going to be your dip buy opportunity possibly there on MNTS. I want this to come down more. I want this more. So we'll see. I'm gonna leave my orders in down low, but I'll probably start moving them up if we start engulfing this candle and come back down low. I don't want this to be a quick dip and rip back up. This is not good. I want this down more. I want this to red down more. And I'm going to start moving my orders up probably to 1365 area, somewhere in there to 1320s. Right off the trend line. Glue right off the trend line there. And there are those orders at 2350 for potential fill and bounce play. I'm just not a big fan of the chart, again, just overall. But that's where your dip buy area is at, 2380, 2350. I want this to sell off more. I'm wanting one of these plays to kind of come back down to give us more room to run up. Now, again, $1 not bad. This is absolutely gorgeous right there. I'm just not in love with a lot of these charts today. I do love MNTS, though. I do love this. I just want this down some more. There, come on down. Come on down. All right, I'm going to do that now. I'm going to move my orders up again. All right, top order is going to be at 1367. Then I'm going to have an order in at 1355. An order in at 1348. Oh, come on down to Chinatown, baby. If you don't feel me right now. All right, so I got my orders in here, team. 1370 or 1367. I almost did 1377, but I did 1367 down to around the 1337 mark. All right, finally filled there. 1364 is the first fill. Didn't get whatever, but 1364, 500 shares. Let's see if this comes down a little bit more. Why is that not triggering? It's not triggering my next order in. It just hit the line that I have in at 1357, but it didn't trigger the shares. So I'm still only in 500 shares right now. 1364 cost basis. All right, so sitting back here, finally got the one pullback here that we were looking for. Let's see if we get some movement back on up here. 1365, cool. I've got orders all the way down into 1327. So I've got orders all the way down into 1327. Are going to have some trouble here at 14, so take some profit here into 14.20 team. Take some profit into the $14 area. Take some profit here into the $14 area. I'm selling some shares right now. Oh, I didn't mean to sell that many. Ooh, whoopsies. Oh, well, here's your pop. Sell some here into the $14 mark, team. Nice little popola there. Didn't get filled all my share size. Unfortunately, going to have some trouble at 14.10, 14.20 mark. If we gets through 14.10, 14.20, this thing will get to ripping and roaring. We'll get to move back up into the 14.50s. Still annoyed I didn't get filled my full share size. The best bounce play, which sucks, I'm really annoyed right there, was that one, and I called it out. I just was a little sketched on where it would come in at, and you'd have to surround this area with about 40, 50 cents worth of bounce plays, maybe even bigger. And so was Glue. Glue, beautiful. This is exactly what you want to see. Kind of like what we're getting right now with MNTS, although MNTS isn't giving us the full squeeze right out of the gate. Gave us a pretty decent one. This was a huge good move right out of the gate. You get almost $1 right out of the gate. Really nice. Really good stuff there. Too low. Yeah, I had him all the way down that low. You had to surround this with a pretty big area. I will say that. Had to surround it with a pretty big area for sure. That's why I don't mind that 1280 bounce anymore. That 1290 area bounce anymore. And I'm trying to question, do I still want to leave them in down that low? Do I really want to still leave them in or go down lower? Actually, I'm going to do that. And I should have been filled 1,000 shares. I should have been filled 1,000 shares. I had 1357. I had 1357. 1357 I had in. And it didn't feel, I should have been in 1,000 shares. So that should have been a banger trade for me. That should have ended up being a banger trade for me, but I didn't get filled for whatever reason, the other 500 shares. So that should have been honestly a pretty banger trade. It sucks. I am out down to my just final 100 shares here. I scaled out when this was kind of popping up when I was a little bit in profit. Stop loss for me is going to be back under 1350. But yeah, I should have been filled 1,000 shares right there. Should have been filled 1,000 shares, so that kind of sucks I didn't get filled. Come on. Pop back on. Oh, there you go. Come on. Still in this one, team. 1364 is my entry with 1350, and that was good because I had 1367, but I got it filled at 1364. I had 1357. What did that low hit? That low was what? 1352. That pisses me off. That spread is why. There's a spread on this play that comes in, and you can tell here by the time and sells. There is a spread on this play. The reason why you're jumping from 73 to 74 to 72 to 75 to 78, and this can pop up to 14 in a blink of an eye. Anybody get in? Brosif, do you take some profit with me at that $14 mark like I told you to? Hopefully so. I have moved all my orders in down lower, team, for another bounce play from essentially right around the 1290 mark up to the 13 teens. Oh, there's a big reversal. Dang it. Should have sold those shares when it popped up into 1380. Having more resistance there than I figured we would. We're kind of overall forming a weird, ugly head and shoulders too as well. Shoulder, head, shoulder. SMX getting some mob and attention there. This can really start to squeeze and go. Still going to hold on to this in case we get, because I've seen this before where this all of a sudden can squeeze up out of this downtrend, this tight downtrend, and it's at 14 plus before you know it. So I'm still holding on to my final shares here. Nice. Cool at 14. Good job there. Good job, bro. So still made some profit. Still made some profit sitting back, waiting. This is teaching you guys to have patience. See, you're scaling out now, too, a little bit more. That's what I'm trying to do here on the live stream. I'm not trying to just trade shit randomly out of nowhere. I want to sit back, wait, show you guys how to have patience, how to wait for plays to come to you, not overtrade. Understand that you don't have to feel like you're missing everything, and you got to have, like T-Web was saying earlier, kind of that squirrel mentality. No, you could just sit back and wait for your trades to come to you. We haven't missed too much. The only thing we really missed today, in my opinion, was the 22 bounce, the 25 reversal, and then this kind of bounce area through here. That would be like the only trades I feel like we've missed. I'm not looking to trade SMX really. I know it's moved. Yes, yeehaw. And these plays, which we just didn't get. This quick soak down would have been nice, that 1280 right there out of the gate, which again, we were looking for again on this candle. So imagine if we get filled here. Oh. Pop through 14, you son of a bitch. Come on, you SOB. Come on, baby. Please, baby, light my fire. Just squeeze up. I want to get some 14, 20, 30 exits here. Come on. Come on, baby, light my fire. But yeah, imagine if we get filled here, we get ripped, we soak right back on up to here, 1330s, just like yesterday, like I was talking about. You guys are up 40, 50, 60 cents, 70 cents, like a blink of an eye. Then we get the next move up, and then we're up now $1 plus, like I was yesterday in the play that I was in. You know, I got $1.30 out of the move yesterday. And then we could have that, and then this is what we didn't get, which then the next leg up where we get one more anyway. So I have a good feeling make or break pop or drops coming up soon on MNTS. It's going to be either a big spike up to 14, 20, 30s or a crack back down. All right, under 1350, I'm going to sell this. Again, if I see 1340s, my hands on the trigger. I'm out, 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 just like that. Just like that. All right, so only got filled 500 shares there. On the 500 shares, not bad for the day. Not bad for the day. 500 shares there. Didn't make a lot of money on it though with bad exits. So only got filled 500 shares. Didn't really get good exits on that. I got a 1396 exit, but with that spread, that was as good as I got. Only made about 90 bucks on that trade in the end. Only made about 90 bucks on that trade. Nothing worth to show off. I should have been filled 1,000 shares, and with 1,000 shares, I would have had better exits and more ammo up there at around the $14 mark. Where I was scaling out at, which then would have helped that out for sure. Cool, T-Web, sweet. Yeah, I'm right there with you. The 1290 into 13, the 13 teens. All right, sit back just sit back now. So I'm going to sit back and wait for the next bounce play team. I'm just going to sit back, wait for the next bounce play back down below. Again, looking to get filled somewhere in this area for the dip buy, somewhere in this area. And then the goal would be taking it back up to the 1350s, potentially even higher. That is it. Another winning play, which is great. I would have been this was the banger, and it sucks. You know, this is the one I set orders in, and right when I was setting orders in on that candle, just didn't get down to them. And that was, you know, the last good rip and bounce and long play that we saw on MNTS. There was a small one here. We got it. We called it out. We knew where it was going to be at. And again, still just didn't get filled. I got filled a quarter of what I wanted. I wanted 2,000 shares. I should have been filled 1,000 shares. Unfortunately, I was not, which is absolutely annoying, but it is what it is, you know. And especially if now this comes back up and squeezes the new highs after, you know, you're like, oh, you got it, and then doesn't fill us yet again. You got to be kidding me. I swear if this goes through 14 now. I swear if this goes through 14 now. I mean, regardless, it's a winning trade, but yeah, it's you know, you kind of go, you got to be kidding me. You kidding me, right? Okay, yeah, it's like you better fail and come back on down. See the king line we got there only got 2 fills, 450 shares, 1450. So yeah, I didn't get 1457. Yeah, I had 1457 and did not get filled. I had 67, 57, 47, 37. I always do mine on the 7s. Yeah, it was a win. Oh, we got a win. It was good. It was all right. It's a win. You know, it just sucks it wasn't the one we. You know, this candle gets through. If this candle and this one opens up over 14, like right here, we're gonna squeeze up. And then we just got another banger. We got another banger. You know, we're gonna probably do what we do here. This one took a second though, you know, and you see that a lot when you do the soak back up. You soak up and you kind of sit around there for a minute, but at least you're really well into the green because you got filled down here like I wanted to. Even if you got filled here, but you know, regardless, it's all good. A win's a win. And then, you know, it's one of those days. And that's why today I said I wasn't in love with anything. Even that early on in the morning, I just wasn't in love with anything. And I did come to say I do love MNTS. It wasn't perfect. I did like the bounce play here, but now it's not doing that. You're really just building support here at 1335. You know, and then leaving those orders in. If I would have left the orders in down low, then that would have been. But again, we're just still talking about a 40-50 cent bounce play like we got here, right? So it's just building a consolidation channel. I still like this area down here for sure. You know, we'll wait for it to come back down to this area. And I really would have loved it here. I was loving that setup. You know, like I see this big soak down here and then back up. I see this. I can go back and even do a little zoom out and say, man, you know, if this is a lot from earlier, but what we're doing is just trying to hold these tops. You know, we're just really coming in here off of pre-market highs and holding that. And then again, that's where it comes back to why I was like, okay, well, let's go put orders into pre-market highs to get filled. You know, again, so we're going to move our orders into this area. But it's just now we're getting to that backside move of the play in a way where volume's really dying out. And that's where I was talking about yesterday with Kevin Avery. Forgot what play I had bounce play orders in. Remember, what was it yesterday? God, I can't remember. Man, it was MNTS. It was MNTS yesterday. And I said, I'm going to leave my orders in until, you know, I see fit, and then I'll cancel them if so. And you know, the volume did die out on this play, but it's still somehow maintained it. Look where it worked back up to, because I had orders from 920 to 9. I don't know that I would have gotten filled, though. But regardless, it made its way all the way back up to 1050 on the low volume profile, right? So it's one of those things where even if the volume dies off, how well that came to an area that I love so much, even below the VWAP. And so you can see this is kind of the same chart as the day. You build a bull, and it's similar as far as the bull flag. Now, this bull flag went down before going up. You know, and today's different where it just built the bull flag and went up. But still, I like that area. You know, I like that same kind of look as yesterday, so to speak. Yep. T-Web, that's why I was going off that area, bro. I just was thinking we'd get more of a move already. And it may be one of these things where it finally does get the move, you know, where it's 30, 40 minutes later. And you're like, oh, you son of a... Yeah, come on. But the thing is, we found the right area. You know, it's not like we're way off base here. Hamilton, have a good one, Mr. Daza. You got the best bounce play of the day, Hamilton. You got the best bounce play of the day. The best bounce play of the day, again, was, and I was yapping it up and not paying attention, and was the 22 here. You know, when this was coming back down, again, which I would have loved this. You know, I talked about it, how it came, oh, look how it's holding our lines perfectly, and I started talking about some shit. I don't remember now. It went up to 24. And then it came, when it starts coming back down this quickly, I love it. And so we would have had orders, and I would have probably put orders in somewhere around 23.37, I bet. Or 22.37, 22.27, 22.17, and 22.07. You know, I had 500 share lots from 22.37 down. And probably would have gotten filled, should have gotten filled, all shares, right? On that move down. And then, boom! Well, I didn't see that, right? Or wasn't worried about that then. But now I'm seeing that. Like, okay, well, that would have worked out there. And if it didn't just ran to new high of day in market and then there's no way we don't get at least a bounce back up, you know, to that line somewhere close to it again. And that was that, and that we probably would have been out I would have been out all but my remaining like 100 shares, right? Get the pop up, we get filled. I'm out most through here, holding that last little bit again for one of these guys, and then taking 5-10 shares and just slowly scaling out of that as it hits new highs. That was the bounce play of the day. That was it right there. And now moving through, going through it, then we had a good whoopsies. We had a good reversal off 25, which is, kind of that double top look and resistance from pre-market twice. So that this area for trades was good. That led to a 50, 80 cent reversal. This one led to about $1.20 to $1.50 reversal. And then the bounce play here was great. And then that led, so that, the glue was the trade of the day for sure in the end, where you had one good bounce. You had a good breakout too, honestly, that wedge in the breakout there. Reversal, and then the bounce play. And now the volume is really dying out, and it's kind of, and then MTS was a great play too as well. If you think about where the bounce play came from, you go to pre-market low right there and put orders into after hours highs, and you get filled from around 11 to 10.90 for the dip and rip at the bell up. Then the breakout here, and then I didn't get filled on this candle, but we would love to have, but we didn't. So it was a good trade. There's multiple trades that had to be had there. Not as many, I don't think, but these were the two good trades of the day, glue and MNTS. And the best bounce play of the day, and the best play of the day was the bounce play at 22 for glue. That was by far the best play of the day. And this is what's going to come into play here, which is really nice. This $24.80, $25 mark. If you like shorting the tops, how many times we failed there? It reminds me of CYN yesterday. Failed at 220, 210 like 100 times. Let's see, I was on the 1 minute and didn't pay attention in my chart. Yeah, it's all good. Oh, Alms is still moving? Thank you, Brosif. We'll go to Alms. Yep, didn't want to do it just kind of ask. And we've had that, like I've said, that's what we've been moving off to, is just one of those things where here recently, we multi-day runners. They just don't want to die off. Sometimes we're getting that, but very rarely. I mean, a lot of the time these plays are just holding up, sitting sideways. Like Sid used a good example. I could go through a lot of these plays. The V play that we were looking at earlier, the VTYX, there's your kind of your rare example of a play. And I bet Lucy is going to be another one that probably doesn't. It just never does. Now, maybe Lucy does hold it. We'll see. You like any bounce areas for SMX? It's just the spread on it is just nasty. So I'd just be careful trading SMX unless I don't really have a defined area. No, Max, I don't. I just don't have anything flat. I talked about 30 into 32 being the resistance. So if you took that short, that was identified from past chart history. So we did see that. But for SMX and bounce play, I just don't see a lot of where it would be at. It's a little while. New high of day. They're kind of out of nowhere there. NBY, and it has make these random bursts. I would say right here, if you had to put a line in, Max, I guess this would be it. 24.75 into 24. So see, this is the thing. It's a big area, but it's got a bigger spread. Your other area would be back down around 22.50, 22.25. So your two areas would be, this area and then this area. That would be your two areas for SMX for a bounce play. No, I have my orders still in. So I have orders in on Brosif. I have the orders in. So like I said, I moved them down. I have orders right now from 1290 to 1307. 1290 to 1307 for a dip buy. So off of this area right through here. Off of this area, like right through here. Waiting for this to crack to come down to this. Leaving Lucy alone, not trading Lucy, not trading NBY, not trading SMX. One potential one still here is going to be glue for the day. That's not out of the realm yet. The trades have been made, I think, for the most part early on, but I still think we get another good bounce play on it. On glue. And I'm going to stick to my levels down here. Now, again, if you want to challenge this again, it was great last time. This is where your bounce play is at. Somewhere right around 22 or 23.65, 23.50, 23.40s. Somewhere in here is the dip area. I'm going to come down here into this area. This area right here is where I want to go for the dip buy. Any questions you guys have? Any wallflowers out there? Any questions? Any stocks? Any trades that you've had today? Let me know what you want to go over. I got you covered. We have it covered. I think we're across the board here for small cap sector. Large caps haven't really looked at today. It's in one of those days in the small or large caps or small caps that have been keeping me busy, so to speak. And it doesn't seem like we've had too much really across the board there in the large cap sector that's done anything too great. If I missed something, let me know. Q looking like it may want to go to the new high of day, possibly. Boy, NVDA. Yee. Meta had a dumpola. Meta had a super duper dupers. Go like 2050, 21. Have some order 22. If you don't, it looks good for support. Yeah. Just watching and waiting for a good setup today. Yeah, Sailing Girl. Well, I got the one for me, and it just didn't work out that well. It was kind of one of those, you thought you were going to get one of those big, badass fireworks that was just going to light the whole neighborhood up, and everyone was just going to clap, and then just stop shooting them off, and they were just like, all right, we're done. We can't even compare to that. And then, it's a little lackluster. It's like, oh, wow. Pew! Not really, but, not that I was expecting this to be the best. This bounce I was. This bounce I loved. I said I loved it, and I did. I liked it, but it bounced, and it was great, but it didn't come to our area. Then we identified another one, which is good. We were all over it. We identified it. It just wasn't a big banger. It worked out nicely out of the gate. You got to think about we're getting filled, and we're immediately green. I know Broseph has got to love that. King Lion took it, too. I don't know who else took it. T-Web, I don't think got filled. Hamilton Dawes, I don't know if but the people that took it, I know they love these bounce plays we're taking. I mean, MNTS bounced right back on. I mean, we're green right away, right? You talk about even yesterday in the trade I wanted to take here, you're barely touching it and you're immediately green. Let's go back to 2 days ago when we last traded MNTS on Monday, right? Or did we trade it? Yeah, Monday. My bad. It's right here. Monday, when we traded this bounce play right here, and we were immediately green. And then I talked about, which was the other one I wanted originally out of the bell to come out here to 875, this area. And then look, that one was immediately green. So one we traded, the one I alerted for the trade, didn't trade, should have as well. Banger. This one ends up being, I think it was the $+ trade I got out of it. Or no, this was the one that I got 60 cents, 80 cents out of it. We got close to $1. Yesterday's trade was the $1 trade. With Alms. Alms was the $1 trade. And there she goes, MNTS. There we go. It's crazy because I took MNTS at 12.90 at market open, sold at 12.50 for a small loss, and it squeezed after 14. There we go. Yeah, T-Web. Hey, it's all right. It's why you have to surround it, and you have to surround it. When I do that, man, you're gonna have to. No offense, you're gonna have to do that too as well. If I put orders in at 12.67, you're like, well, that means it could bounce there. It may not get down there. And I had orders all the way down to 12.37 too. And that was where the low was. 12.27. Or 12.30. I know I had 12.37 too. I think it was 12.37. But that's where you're gonna have to surround it with bigger levels. 40 cents. It's just what we've seen here recently. These plays are moving, and being a little bit wickier, and ranging big. If I would have noticed the pre-market highs, I would have done that. Yep. That's why you got. Hey, that's why I always tell you guys to zoom out. Always zoom out. Go to the 3-minute. Go to the 5-minute. I always talk about that in pre-market to you guys too as well. If you go back and listen to MNTS, did I give MNTS this morning? If we did, let's just go back and listen to it. Yeah, let's see what I said.
All right, continue the trend there for previous runners from yesterday into today. We have MNTS. Popped up and gapped up a little bit. It's trying to hold a high of day right now from Monday. That original pop up. Again, too much there at the opening bell. We ended up getting a pretty good bounce play before it didn't really do much the rest of the day. That's right now at around 1150. If it cracks that, watch for a move down. In my opinion, it's probably going to go to around, I would say, 1085.
Please tell me y'all hear that, right? Y'all can hear when I'm playing the morning alerts, right? Y'all do hear the morning alerts when I play them out loud like that. Did y'all just hear this? I said it's probably going to go to 1085. It hit 1086. 1086 is a low in that candle. Look, the low, low in this candle, 1086. Okay, let's just keep going.
Under 1085 area, watch for move down to around 1055. Under 1055, then we get a really good pull down to around 10. On the way, and then under 10, then we go down to around 950 if we get to that point. On the way up today, strong resistance at 1220. Over 1220, watch for a pop up to 1250. Over that, we move to 13. The 1310 area, maybe possibly in the teens. And then over that to 1360, we can see that really strong starting to.
So the levels early on, they're off. You know, I didn't see 12. I mean, I see 1285, but I don't see exactly why it would fail there. I would figure here at around the 1240 mark, 1225 mark, somewhere in here we would fail. We didn't. We ran right through it, right into around 1290, 1285. You don't really see a lot of that. You don't see resistance, really, in my opinion, until around 1310, onward. But we do mention this finally. We get to it.
In my opinion, around 1340, we're going to see resistance into 1360. Now, this is on the backside move here, so getting back.
Which we didn't even fail there, really, right? We blew right through that. But it's funny how you'll blow right through areas and then come back, though, and respect them later. It's just, I don't know.
Up. Maybe a move like yesterday where MNTS, we weren't really looking at it at first, and then it starts making a move later in the morning, which it was actually sooner in the morning than I thought. Actually, I thought it was later in the morning. It did get that surge about an hour and a half or so, or hour and 20 minutes after the opening bell, but it was already kind of moving before that. But look for a similar move to that where it doesn't do much at first and could make a red to green move. It's got to have that downtrend break. We're in a very severe downtrend right now. Now, over 1360, if we do get over that, going back and past our history here, watch for a move up to around 1420, 1410. Over that, watch for a move into around 1480.
So now my high levels are working. Now my high levels are working. I said 1410.
15. If we get over that, it's most likely going up through into the 16s.
I called the levels out. Dang. Wow, that was nice. That was nice. All right. Sweet. So there you go. Like to hear that. Like to hear that. All right. Any questions you guys have? I'm going to take a little bit of... I'm going to take a break off the mic real quick. See what Avery's doing out there at the top of the hour. I still have my orders in. I'm not even worried about them, honestly, at all. I don't think it's going to blow through those levels. This play likes to hold up. Does MNTS, it did this yesterday where it goes up and then back down. You think it's going to die, and then it doesn't. It comes back. We should probably do that one more day today as well. So, again, kind of sticking with that theme overall to get back in on this play a little bit lower. All right, cool. Got it, Elise. Boom shakalaka. NBY, slow and steady. Low volume, but the nice, good, slow and steady play for the day. All right, any last questions before I get off the mic? Elise, T-Web, J-Web, B-Web, C-Web, Saline Girl, Max, Broseph. I got to meet with the client back in a few. Cool. Meet with the clients. Yeah. That means he's smoking a bowl. He just doesn't want to say it like me. Just kidding. I'm kidding. All right, I'll be back here in a few minutes. Team, I'm going to leave my orders in. Like I said, down here, I like this area still for a pop back on up. Target would be back to 1320s, 1340s, right? That's target 1. Target 2 would be moving back into around the 1380s into 1410. NBY is your slow and steady Eddie play. So slow and steady Eddie is in NBY. There's glue with that bounce play like I talked about. 2350 area into 2380. All right, I'm going to take the break. I'm going to copy and paste and put these over on the Discord. Cool. We're all good. Settled in. Ready to rock and roll. NBY slow and steady mover here. Watch for that to move up to 10. It's got a weird spread because it's so low volume. Glue, great. Listen, I'm telling you this right now. I'll put this in the chat too. Glue, if this moves over 25 up through 26, 2480 and 25 will be amazing. If glue breaks 25 and goes, would that be... Yep. Yeah, T-Web. Rise that alerted in chat. Yes, sir. So we'll wait for that, too, to see if we get it. Oh man, what the heck, MNTS? It's just still just I can't. It's just glued to that area. But yep, over 25. I would put orders in probably around like 2480s into 2520s or 25 teens. So like I'd start orders like 2477, doing it for 2487, 2497, 2507, something like that. All right, I'll be back here in just a few minutes. All right, team, back in a few. up? What's up? How we doing? How we doing? Wow, MNCS. Boy, did we call it or did we call it? Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh. Looking across the board here real quickly. Large caps really saw SPY go up to new high of day and all-time high, but really hasn't moved too much. Range of day is really like 270. It's close to almost $3 from 291 to 294. But looks like we're probably going to be stuck in that. Meta had a good move earlier in the day. Now out to the right. Tesla after the big day yesterday, really more of a choppier sideways day. Was it Google that squeezed up really hard earlier? And yep, didn't really do too much. We talked about that earlier on the live stream with you guys. Just not a lot from large caps here. You either get it right there at the bell, or you just really don't get it at all. Not great today. What is great? SMX. If you traded SMX, NBY is more of the slow and steady uptrend channel, but both of those uptrend channels have cracked, as we can see here. So NBY, beautiful uptrend channel, has cracked. We do have support down back below. I would say the best area for a dip buy would be somewhere right around the VWAP and 10 down to 980. If you're looking for a dip buy over here on MNTS, I'm saying the best area is going to be right there, just like I said earlier, at this 1360 mark. So we did get one bounce there, and it kind of stayed there forever. Then, of course, like I talked about, the 1290 bounce ended up being the best, where we came up 80 here, 1360, and failed. Then came down there, bounced again, and then yet again, and this became the mega daddy of them all. I talked about this play. This is my chart of the day. I'm staying on this ticker. SMX did work its way up and became a good $20 mover for the day for sure. Hey, darling Jean. She's like, where'd my mom go? She took your little brother on a walk. Oh, my darling. She's our smallest dog. She only weighs like 4.5 pounds. She's a little baby nugget. She's a whittle nugget. Aren't you just a whittlest nugget? Oh, Elko Bell says, my dad. Oh, my girls. My girls are... Of course, I spoil my girls to death. Yeah, you say something. Who's a girl here? Get her. Tell her. Say it, darling. Tell her. Get her. Yeah. All right, back down you go, Darla. Do not be mean to your little brothers. Tim, would I still keep 32 on watch for SMX? Oh, yeah, for sure. For a dip buy, yeah. I mean, it already kind of hit it, though, at that 3280 mark. I think it could be a lot like MNTS in this 1290 mark. I mean, you're going to find this a lot of the time with these large cap and then small caps. Actually, large caps. Small to mid cap tickers. More so than large caps anymore, where large caps never really stay in an area anymore. It seems like this, where you can get bounces over and over. So I think, yes, you could see that area on SMX back down here at 32. And it comes down a little bit lower. We get a couple more bounces down there. Being on the backside of this trend, you can see here the volume has completely died out there on SMX. But the best bounce play, and then I'll put one more up. I like that 1360 mark with the VWAP being right there. This is somewhere in here, though, in my opinion, is going to be where we try to hold up for now. Somewhere in this area. And I'll make it blue, so we know blue is support. And I'll make it a little bit thicker. But I like this one the most. Whoopsies. For support. SMX, though, doing, it's still holding up, but it's on the back side of that trend. So, you can see with that uptrend channel how the volume was still there and just bursting at times. Now you can tell it's completely died out quite a bit. Up and back over, I would say about 36.65, somewhere right around there. Should see a good move up and more volume coming on in. But, you can, again, just see that volume decay completely after cracking that uptrend channel. Same thing goes for NBY, where the volume really, in my opinion, on that one even more so, kept popping higher and higher. There's round 1, there's round 2, then you can see round 3, which the moves weren't any bigger, no, but it just, you could see that the uptrend channel, and it's clear as day as far as the volume. Now, I know the uptrend channel here, but there's, a nice good pop. This pop's bigger and longer, and then this pop's even bigger and definitely longer. But that's just showing you the trend. Overall, we kind of had that I wouldn't say almost like an inverse head and shoulders on the volume here, but first pop, but then we have a pop that's bigger than this one, and then we kind of, you see what I'm saying though. So, there would be your shoulders and this would be your head middle part, but regardless, still great volume that kept continuing to burst in. Now we've died out quite a bit with the last bit of volume if we've had any. You can tell in this candle, it's a red candle, so it's a big red sell-off. 3665, 3650 areas. Here we go. We're trying to pop through it. Could be the key there for the move back on up there. And then again, still MNTS. This is going to be a multi-day runner. Also, as I was saying earlier, watch AFJK. I actually have AFJK on watch now just because of what SMX did today. A good alert there from Love Chip as well. He put TGL in chat. It's not that big of a pop yet, but it's moving. You know, it's up from 7 now to about 875 with that 875 rule. So it's got, you know, the last hour about $1.75 pop there. Not bad. Watching, I put that over on the Discord. Watch all former runners. All former runners need to be on watch. All former runners need to be on watch. I think I have all the alerts out there from earlier. Yeah, we're good to go, good to go, good to go. All right, cool. All right, so all former December runners need to be on watch. So if it ran in December, team, you need to keep it on watch moving forward, especially after what SMX has done today. I feel like I see like a hair on my cheek. I guess I don't. I'm like looking at it like, I swear there's like something on there like a dog hair. All these have splits. Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, I'm sure, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, bro. That's all we've been trading. All we've been trading, if you actually start looking at it, Tim, 52-week low plays. Why are they 52-week low plays? Because they've been reverse split to hell. I mean, Nastyville, right? Yeah, that's all we've been playing. All of them. I mean, there was the... SMX is the one. I mean, look at SMX. Look at SMX. I don't know if I've ever seen a stock. I don't think I've ever seen a stock that supposedly, not only obviously we don't ever have a stock that really costs that much, but after reverse splits that they've done, that I did the math one day when I was going live. I was going back and doing numbers, and I was like, what is that? Is that 560 million? I was like, okay, that's 849, right? And that turns into 166,000, and then that turns into. That's a million. That's 60 million. Hush. Guys, hold on a sec. Ridiculous sometimes. Anywho, but is that not nuts? You know, I was like going back through and doing the math, and I'm like, is that really $560,166,849.72? What? Yeah. So that's got to be one of the biggest worst I've ever seen in my life. I say biggest worst, you know what I mean? As in, I've never seen one. I've like, you go back through a lot of these plays, yeah. I just like the 3-year, you know, that there's no way that used to cost $450, you know. Yeah, this is all we have seen since this summer. That's why I've been saying for the longest time. Add another one to the list, another 52-week low play, another 52-week low play, because they've all been, hold on a sec, reverse split to hell, like bad. Hold on one sec, guys. When Avery takes a walk, she's like getting like multiple. She's trying to walk more dogs. And Domino, she is like the one attached to Avery. So when Avery goes on walks without her, she is a mess sometimes. Anywho, so any questions you guys want to go over? I pretty much broke down all the plays here. You can see now it's not perfectly where I put that line in, but this area is going to be support for now. And then below that 1360 mark, and I think everyone knows 1290. Glue is just glued out to the right. Not really doing a lot there as of right now. Doesn't mean it can't break this downtrend that it's in and squeeze the new highs. So it is in a nice little downtrend channel there. NBY, I think, is probably going to die off for the day and not really do too much. And I've seen plays in days where in plays like NBY come all the way back down to like 875. They come back down to like this area. And you're like, whoa, huge sell-off. Wish I would have got the top. Your two plays, we are all over them already. We know MNTS and SMX. These are the two plays. I stayed with MNTS today for you guys for a nice, slow and steady, easy play. Called out 1290. I called this area out. As soon as it squeezed, I said, I remember this. Remember, we were trying to put orders in this candle, and somewhere around that same time, I was like, I don't like other charts. I love MNTS. This is exactly why I said I called out, and I love MNTS. This exact reason. Hold on one sec, one more time, because Avery's about to come back in. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back. So, got the area down here, team, again, 12. It's coming in a little higher than I anticipated, but still, this area is going to be support. We found the best area at 1290 earlier, called it out. Chef kisses for us, right? We eyed it out way early on, somewhere right around half. And it took a while today to finally have something build up that we liked. And just up to that time period, SMX was just kind of straight up. Oh, that's NBY. SMX was just kind of like straight up. It was giving you some bull flag after bull flag, for the most part. So it was just really breakouts. There weren't really any good bounce plays there. If you go look at NBY or SMX, the three-letter ticker words, the three-letter tickers are fucking with me and my words. Me wanting to talk fast all the time. But it was bull flag, breakout, bull flag, breakout. Nothing was coming back down and giving us bounce opportunities, not until 32. And I eyed that out early on. If you do remember, I saw 32 really past short history resistance, which we could have taken that short a couple of times there. And then once we exploded over at 32 was a now nice pronounced area for a bounce play, a lot like MNTS at 1290. Again, you go up, you fell at an area for a little while. Now, this wasn't very long, no, but it's long enough to come back and build a shelf. Same thing here. You came up, you failed long, no, but enough to where if you go back at 1290 area, there's not a lot there, really. I just love this area when it comes to these charts that build up, these bull flag mentality. You're just using old resistance areas for new support. Now, yes, you can come down and get the support areas if we were to do that, maybe. you know, and say like earlier on, we didn't go to 13 and we went to 1350, came down and bounced here at 1380 maybe once like we did here, and then come down for more like we did here to here. But you know what I'm saying? We went up high, so there was multiple bounces. We were part of 2 bounce plays, actually. And so that's my point, is we could have maybe, the 2 bounce plays could have been 1290, 1280. Well, when that cracked, like when this area cracked and we came down, well, we would have cracked here and then came to here. And then we would have went for the 1225 bounce. And been fine with that, because the VWAP probably only would have been back to about 1275 to 1280 at most, you know, somewhere in there. As you can see, when we went up to 14, where it went to, well, we wouldn't even went that high. Just say it went to 1350. Well, the VWAP probably wouldn't have went this high, is my point. So I would have taken the first bounce below the VWAP, which that would have been. The first one would have been at it, because I think the VWAP would have probably stayed there. So anyway, it's always that mentality of take the top area of the channel, then take the bottom area. And it's the same thing here for SMX, which it didn't quite get down to the bottom here, but we came down and bounced off the top portion of the resistance first before coming down and trying to get the bottom area of that channel. But again, regardless, needless to say, stayed with MNTS, and that's why I try to tell you guys, just have patience. You know, I know, Tim, you were just talking about the T-Web. I think earlier, you're Night Trader, right? T-Web, you're Night Trader. I think, aren't you Night Trader T-Web on the Discord? Anyway, but Night Trader, and I think you were saying, Tim, here anyway, yeah, where you missed it because you went to SMX. I'm like, that's why you don't. You just leave SMX alone, like I did. I'm like, I like it. It can run. It can move. You can make money on it. But if I just stick on this one play and hone in on it, then I know I'll make, you know, and that's what I'm just trying to do with you guys right now and get back into that, because therefore I wasn't taking a lot of trades just because I didn't see a lot I liked. Because just for so long I was like, why aren't these shelf cracks cracking? And when they do, they're shitty. And same with trend line cracks. And why isn't what I trade every day working? And we saw that in June, or really, like I said, June into July when I first started streaming on my own, into August, September. I'm like, this fucking sucks. Now and then finally in September, we got breakouts. So then I was banking again. You know, I was killing it there for a few weeks. But then the breakout stopped. I was like, okay, well, there goes the halty plays. Crap, what do I do here? And then I realized it was bounce plays. And so I'm like, let me just go for bounce plays. One thing I wouldn't mind working on here, at least while this trend's still working, is shorting tops and reversals. You know, like even earlier here where I talked about that 1410 mark with you guys when we were long originally, to sell that and then go in for the short, you know, and that led to a good reversal. And taking more maybe reversals and shorts when they do come around. But the main thing is sit back, wait on the bounce plays. I don't have to trade 100 times, compete with people or whatever, and trade so many times a day. I've done that before. I have my proof in the pudding of when there's the time to put the gas pedal down for the way I like to trade, what I trade, how I trade, what my eyes like to see and attack just naturally. I, you know, can make $10,000 days. I can have, you know, $100,000 months, 6 months in a row, which is crazy to put 6 of those in a row. I mean, have a 93% win rate at doing that, you know, and then helping people buy sailboats. And they've made 4, 5, 6 million off of my level. So no, my levels are right, you know, so you just got to put the lines in and trade them, which right now it's bounce plays. You know, we'll get more, I think, type of trades under the belt as we continue to, you know, do this into the new year here. But right now, if I can just sit back every day and kill one like we did, it was 2 for 2 for the day, and great bounce plays. The first one was decent. We all were part of it, I think, for the most part. Got about 30 cents, 40 cents out of it, not a lot. And then this play, we got great. You know, I know some of us may have got stopped out early. I held long enough for this trade to take it all the way up into the 1360s. I just continued to hold 50 shares of this was what it was until it popped up, and this is where I got out of it. I knew it could get back up to 14, and this is where I took it. I actually left the office, and I was like, motherfucker, of course it then goes all the way up, because I was like, it looks like it's about to squeeze and go for more after I got out. I thought I was going to hit this, come down. Nope, and I was like, that's when I looked at it. It's about to squeeze and go for more. Like, you got to be fucking kidding me. So it's not like I made a lot of money on holding, but I knew this had a great potential to push back on up. It did exactly this yesterday. It just took a little longer today to do it. I fucking called this out. It did this yesterday. Same fucking thing. Came down, bounced off this level, went to new high of day. Well, it did the same fucking shit today for the most part, you know? So I said you just got to trade the trend. What's the trend? Well, trade that trend. Find the trend within the trade. Brosa, Ava back up over, oh wow, Ava. Back up over 17 from the 1570s. Ava Schmava. Trying to make a little move here. I'll put it on watch over here. Bro, so if I like the mindset of honing on one trade, I've been bad. Oh yeah, that's where most mess up. No offense, back to T-Web. I can go through so many different people that have hit me up that have canceled the live stream, to just they don't listen and do what I'm doing and emulate. They see the Discord and see our trader trading 15 times in a 10, 15, 20 times in a day, and they feel like that's how a lot of traders are at first too. They feel like they need to be trading all the time. Like, listen, I've only worked with, again, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people, and then on top of the fact how that's like literally true one-on-ones, like live Zooms, right? Like one-on-ones, true one-on-ones. And then you got to add on top of that how many people I've worked with outside of that, just streaming live for free with Tradecaster, whatever it is, right? You're talking thousands of people. And if I know if I would say the one thing that most traders do the most, there's two things. It's hold and hope. They're losers. They hold on to losers too long, or it's that they overtrade. I think sizing then comes into key. At first, everyone wants to make money, so they go too big. So that comes into the overtrading, oversizing. It's sit back and wait, and I realize that how I could do that. And you like the Kevin Averys of the world, and there are a lot of traders that are still like 5 to 10 years in, or even like Michael Nosses of the world that are really in awe and or like pat me on the back of how well I am as a trader and how it can be disciplined and systematic and can sit back and wait for trades to come to me and I don't have to overtrade. And they're like, how do you do that? I'm like, I just wait. Like, why? It's like, again, like the stuff I was talking about yesterday at this time. I was like, I don't, here's the things I do in life, right? You get my point. The most human people. It's like, I don't go out. Even Avery one time, she was like, man, I wish, said something about Grand Theft Auto. It's like, man, I wish, because she was in her Jeep, like she's in Thanos back in the day, like when we first got it and got everything on it, and we drove it way more often back then. It was like our daily driver, Thanos was, but she was driving one day and she's like, I fucking wish life was like Grand Theft Auto. I fucking want to run over these people, fucking get them out of their car and beat the shit out, run them over. I was like, yeah, she got get real bad road rage in Dallas because of how many people, they're just fucking shitty people, and then how many dickholes there are there. Little 5'2" guys, no offense, driving them fucking jacked up trucks, huge ass, and jump out, and they're like, anyway. Many a time Avery would call me, and I'm like, no, she's like, oh, they're there. I'm like, Avery, chill out. Like I said, screw it. Oh yeah, for sure it is. Yeah. No, that's most traders. I mean, if I don't know, I couldn't divvy out the pie. But I would say, to make the numbers sound big, I would say out of 100% of traders that just start, 100% of day traders, and the whole pie graph, I would guarantee you that because 90%, I'd go 90%. Let's go 90% or higher. Have usually multiple or one of, if not multiple of these. They overtrade, oversize, hold losers too long. That's it. So I was just saying, all stock sideways, lower volume now. What you can tell, which I was just saying, you guys, lower volume profiles. We'll come back here in Power Hour, break down plays, see where we're at then. But yeah, I'm gonna do that with you guys. Like I said, I noticed that, so that's how I want to be in my trading. If we get through, we'll have days that we'll have 3 or 4 trades in. We'll definitely have that for sure. But just that's the main thing. I want to sit back so you guys can. I know that I can see that you guys are taking advantage of that too. Like here recently, okay, we're getting the bounce plays. They're working. Okay, I like it. I'm seeing it. And you guys are having the trust to take them with me, which is awesome. And understanding the areas too, which I fucking love that you guys are starting to understand. Like the levels, like where y'all eyed out. I think it was you, even T Weber, whoever eyed out the the 1290 area right when I was alerting that in chat and stuff. So. Elab, good alert there from Love Chip. Elab is moving, so I'm gonna get NBY off because it's so slow. I'll put Elab up because it's just kind of popping up out of nowhere. But yeah, just gonna work on that because, like I said, if I had to do a pie graph of 100%, I would bet 90 to 95% of traders either. I know they over. I would say all of them overtrade. I would say not on all of them. I'd say 90+% overtrade. Of that 90+%, I would bet if it's 90. I want to say 97. If 97, which it could be that, if 97% of first year to first 1 to 2 year traders, like in their first 2 years of trading, especially the first year of their trading, and then on top of the fact, are they finally taking it seriously? Are they working smarter, not harder? Are they investing in themselves, like going to finding the right mentors, the right discords, the right live stream, doing one-on-ones with me, you know, that kind of stuff? Are they breaking down charts every day and going over levels, and are they tracking and journaling everything they do and getting some back testing in? Like, that's when I kind of could say, because everyone asked me, well, how long did it take you to get successful? I was like, well, when I first started looking into stocks, when I talk about this, it was August of 2015. It wasn't until August of 2017, luckily, lo and behold, 2 years to the dot, essentially almost to the day that I started looking into them, that I took that big loss. And I said, okay, I got to figure this ain't working. What the fuck am I doing here? And that's when I started tracking and journaling and tracking. And I realized I was over trade. Well, because I was too scared to trade with my own real money. And then even with paper trading, I realized I'd go to paper trading and I would sit some days out. And so when I finally was like, okay, I got to figure this out, I would overtrade like a motherfucker. I was like, okay, here's a breakout. I was like, I don't know what I was doing there for about, it was a 2 week to 3 week stretch. It could have been longer. But I was doing the whole, okay, where like right now. Okay, it's breaking out now. And you'd try to buy now. Okay, and then you would sell. And you're like, oh, no, okay, no, which I couldn't short, but just, okay, let's short it actually now. Okay, I'm up $10, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm out. All right, 10 cents. Okay, now let's go for the breakout. And then I would trade it, which was always usually wrong. I would trade it like 10 to 20 times. And like, I missed the whole breakout, so then I come try to trade it over here now in no man's land, where there's really, which I should have waited for bounce plays, which I then established, but I would try to trade it when it was breaking out. Like, oh, here we go now, whatever. And I traded 10 to 20 times in this amount of period, right? And I would be 14 losses, 6 wins. And I would be down $300, you know, and especially then, okay, I'm going to try to make this back. And then there'd be days where I would do that, and I'd be down because I'd go bigger, and then I'd go bigger. And this is paper trading, obviously. And I'd go bigger. Next thing you know, I'm going in like 10, 20,000 shares. And then I just little small moves all I was trying to get. I'm just like, you're just scalping 3 cents, 5 cents, 2 cents, 1 cent, 3 cents, 5 cents. And you're just like, you know, and I'm like, what are you doing? Well, I can't track and journal that. What are you attacking? Just, you're trying to guess. And so I was like, you have to be, what's working? Figure out a system that's working. Let's actually track and journal, like if you're going to. And so there was that 3-4 week stretch, 2 week, however long it was, that I was just doing that, just over trading. That I'd missed most of the move, and I'd be trading like right now. And then I still was kind of doing that, but I'd get it back, right? So I was realizing, like, Josh, the end of this over trading, I was like, Josh, okay, you've gotten this whole, you're too scared to trade kind of out of your system. Now you know you can press the fucking button. The button doesn't work. You're never stuck in a trade, right? The buttons work. But I'd get it back later. However it was, I'd start getting it back, and then I was getting back to maybe even. Then I maybe get back even more. And I'd be green some days, but then I kept getting back to evenish or so. And I'm like, whew, okay, call it done for the day. And so what I started to realize, I had that discipline to be like, even in paper trading, I'd be down like $8,000-$10,000 someday, just over trading. I'm not kidding you, like a ton. But then I'd start going in like 10, like I said, 20, 30,000 massive shares. Because, you know, I had the $1 million account. I didn't adjust that on Thinkorswim. And so I was like, Josh, you can't stop. Okay. And because I started to get back to even, I was like, Josh, you can't keep doing this. First, you don't have that big of an account. You never go that big. So you'll never be down that much anyway. Are you really gonna be a scalper? If you do realize too that you're getting back now, you're getting back to even, and you're like, if I just would have done those trades, you know, and I would go, man, I would have made $10,000. I would have made $3,000. I would have made $5,000 a day. I'm like, even though I would have done a couple of those stupid trades, I would have made this much today. And I'm like, stop doing those fucking stupid trades. And I'd get back to even, and all right, I'm done. And I'd go out and leave the office. But I did so much that there was really no way to track and journal. I was realizing that if I would just wait for the setups, and then I started realizing what those setups were. And so I'm like, okay, let's try to trade less. And I finally started to trade like 3, 4, 5 times a day, about five at most usually. And I had that. Then I built that secondary journal system that was, okay, go over not only what time of the day, the first 30 minutes, after 30 minutes, what setups, what's your win percentage in setups. You know, that secondary journaling system that really back tested or showed me in the testing and journaling and tracking of it all, that I sucked at. Because, well, of course, then back then, it's Thinkorswim. You can't short anything. All you can do is go long. Like, all I'm good at is bounce plays. And I realized, like, today and most days, you have to wait for them to form. You don't know when they're going to form a lot of the time. You know, you don't know when it's going to happen. It's like, I always talk about this, like, meteorology, like it's weather. You don't know when these storms are going to a line, so to speak. You know, when we have like last year at this time, it's coming up any day now. We're at 70 fucking degrees right now in Arkansas, which I know that's what we're on, but we should not be. We should be 40s, 50s. This time last year was my point. We got 9 to 10 inches of snow. We had a huge snowfall, 9 to 10 inches of snow. I wish we'd get another. We have no snow in sight, and we probably get none this year. And I saw this post yesterday in the last couple of days, by the way, as we go to new high of day here, and I knew it. Denver Broncos, for the first time in their history, every game at the start of the game, the temperature was 60 degrees at home, which is nuts. First time it's ever happened. So we're getting warmer across the globe. I get that. Anyway, or warmer-ish. We're going through a trend probably most likely in where we're at, and we've been around for hundreds of millions of years. But anywho, not trying to get in all the stupid shit, all that dumb shit. But my point being, you know, it's going back to what is just patience. You know, and I realized like, hey, Josh, if you could just sit back and wait for things to form. You don't know when they're going to form, but when they do, you're going to go, like I tell you guys, you don't know when you're going to be at the bar and you're just going to be like, whoa, she is fine. Or, oh my God, did you just see him, girl? And you can't help but be attracted to that. By the way, MNTS, squeeze. Man, I love it, love it, love it, love it. Here we go. What do we got you guys saying instead? I've learned so much from you in the last 2 weeks. Patience and wait for the best entries. FOMO has made me rushing. Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah, bro. Yeah, let the chart and stocks come to you for sure. We are 65 in Virginia. It's warm. That's warmy. Warmy. We're in Virginia. There you go, Broseph. Virginia's pretty. Bothy. Oh, man. That's hilarious. That bounce on Elab, $6 Elab. Oh yeah. Look at that big ricochet. And now again, that's not perfect, but I would have said, hey, look for a bounce play off the 625 into around like the 610 mark. See this big upper shadow right there, guys? So I would have orders again. This goes back to where you need to have orders. Find it and put at the top like 631. You know, I like the 7, so I may go 627, 617, and then 607, right? And then whoop, you're right back on up. But this is what I mean by surround an area with orders. I mean, you see that with CR Trader doing that with the shorts, right? That's all I'm doing with my bounce plays. You know, you're finding an area and you're just surrounding it, and then money. I had 6. There you go. 629, 614 lines. There you go. Cool. Yeah. I mean, that's it. I mean, but do you see that though, T Web, and then Broseph, anyone else listening, wallflowering out there? I mean, these bounce plays have been so money. If you can find an area like that to determine, look at that too, all the way back up immediately. Now you're up 70 cents, just like that. 60 cents, 50 cents with the spread. You know, SMX dying off here. I spaced out. I spaced on you. Like, you're good. You're good. You're good. Good job. Yeah, there you go, Night Trader. Yeah, good job. There you go, brother. Yeah, and see a man getting filled right there. Do you see what I'm saying, though? Do you see how easy that is, too, when you find these plays? And the thing is, find the spikes. So when you find the spikes, you know the volume's there. And that's what I've always learned with these bounce plays. You know, when the mob comes in, like earlier on MNTS, and we can see it clear as day right here, that's when you know we can come in and find the old volume mob area, and that's where your bounce plays are going to be at and accumulate at. Now, this is a little bit different. There's no volume mob here. I mean, there's spikes in it, but then you just use a chart. So you can see this massive upper shadow, definitely going to show some respect there, and then find something in between these upper shadows and where you want to put it at. And that's where you surround your orders at, and that's how you get the plays. Yep, good job, T-Web. That's it, man. That's it. It's all good. Yeah, bro. So if I just wasn't really thinking about it just because it spiked up, I knew it was going to drop, but yeah, that just shows you the bounce potential. And that's why I love the bounce plays and the potential of them. What I'm going to do here now is move lines up. So I'm going to put a line in at 1525. See if that doesn't hold. I'm going to put that line now at 1435. So just bounce play potential today. I mean, you got to think about. There's one here, although I'm not going to give that a bounce play. That's kind of a sell-off and reversal real quickly. But this is truly a bounce play, right? We know we came into the area and found it. Then another one with multiple bounces, too, as well. And then same thing here. You know, we found the area. We were a little too low, in my opinion, obviously. But we bounced there, and we came and did it yet again. Made a beautiful W shape to new high of day. This is, yeah, just sit back, wait for the charts to come to you. And then it's back to why I'm doing this. And like I said, we'll get back to trading more. I can't wait to the time where I'm like, and I know you guys have been there. Well, at least I think T-Web Night Trader, you've been around long enough, if I'm not mistaken. You remember the trend line shelf crack days, bro. So I think you came around right when those were ending or have ended. But there was a time I never forget. I was thinking about this morning when I came in here to do morning alerts, where I'm like, man, usually at this time, I remember there were times where like an hour before the opening bell, I'd have alerted, well, maybe a little bit closer to the opening bell, but I mean, I would be like 3 for 3, 4 for 4, and pre-market, at least 2 for 2 or 3 for 3 some days. Maybe not 4 for 4, but I remember there were a couple days where I'm like, I'm 4 for 4 before the opening bell. I know fucking Deck hated it, but I'd be like, I'm 4 for 4 before the opening bell. And I'm like, I'm up 4K, 8K, 7K, 6K, 3K, 2K. Yeah, that fucking would be up 4. I never forget that. There was that one day I was like, I'm 4 for 4 before the open. That's why I say 4, because I know there was one day in my memory I was like, oh my god, because I was in the shower just like, I'm fucking killing this shit, because I was still in one of the trades. Never forget getting back out, checking my phone to see where it was at. It was down even more, if I'm not mistaken. It was just like, this is just too easy. We'll get back to where I'll have, and this is before the opening bell, and you guys will be just like, how. This is just too easy. I'll just be like throwing money around, just like, oh man. Do you ever worry about not getting filled with enough shares when you space your orders out too low? Bro, so if it's going to happen, I just don't know, because I've been filled full sometimes, and that's where I've done this long enough to where I've literally, I find that area and I'm like, this is it. This is my area. And sometimes I'll get filled full. Sometimes I don't get filled all of it. And right now is one of those periods where I'm going through it, which is fine. And maybe I'll start to feel it a little bit more and get even more into the matrix. Of course, you were talking about that earlier, T-Web on the Discord. And I've gotten that in the past in so long of me and Neo, and right. And you can see other traders now starting to get into that mode of just feeling it full on. So point being like, okay, I'm going to get him here. I know we're not going down this low anymore. I need to have him up and tighter, which kind of seems to be the case. But then as soon as I start doing that, then they start going lower. And now my point being, the reason I do that, let's just say earlier, what would be a good example? So let's say earlier, let's say here, I do, someone does, you just do 1365. And I just do that. But yet, let's think about what I did. I had orders all the way down lower. So in case if it did go lower, I'd have a good average entry. So if you only do them up higher and it does go down lower in the end, now what do you think you do? You get a little scared, don't you? You get a little worried because now your stop loss is probably getting hit, maybe even potentially, because you wanted to get only up here, but it did end up coming down here a little bit lower, you know. And a lot of the times it's these wicks. Hopefully it's real quick and you don't get stopped out unless you have it physically in there. Does that make sense? Right? And so that's why I like spacing it out in case it does come down lower, because I've been in those plays where I did just do it too high and then it goes down a little bit to like, oh, I should have put them lower. I knew I should have put some lower, because then you're in the red. And I hate that. Obviously no one. No one wants to be in a trade and be immediately in the red. And so that's the main reason why I space them out for the most part. Yeah, I wouldn't do 5 different levels, honestly, Brosif. So if you have 500 shares, if you do 500 shares, I would do, is that your average? Is that what you typically do? We need to do more of these one-on-ones. This is like one-on-one material, but it's going to help anyone. But if you do 500 shares, and which it needs to always be about the same. Like me, when I'm trying to go long, if I love the play, it's too, like now where I'm trying to get my feet wet again and really get get that mojo rolling. Since I haven't been trading a lot recently because I haven't liked what I've seen. Now we're starting to get it, so now I'm up to 2,000 shares. Where before I was at 1,000 shares. If I take my first trade, I go 2,000 shares. You lose the second trade, I'll go 1,000 shares, right? If I'm already green on the day, Anywho, but regardless, let's just say it's 500. You always have a rule, which we need to have. So if it's 500 shares, I would do 300, 100, 100. So find an area you love. So earlier on the bounce play, whichever bounce play you take, put 300 at your favorite level. Whether it's the mid-level, it could be the top level. Maybe it's the bottom level, but I would do 300, 100, 100. I usually do, it depends on if I have 1,000 shares, I'll do 4 250s. If I have 2,000 shares, I'm doing 4 500s. I never do more than 4. But if I do smaller shares like 500, I wouldn't space it out with 4 or 5. I would space it with lower. So if I'm doing lower shares, lower space outs. Like if I was doing 100 shares in it, like 100 shares, trying to get filled 100 shares, I'm not going to space out 25, 25, 25. I want to do 50-50 most likely. Does that make sense? I've been around since 2021 and need to figure it out. Well, yeah, there we go. Let's do it, T-Web. That's why I think you're doing the one-on-ones, I think, obviously, with me. But yeah, I mean, you've seen it, especially if you've been around that long, you definitely have seen how, yeah, there have been times where I am trading and I'm killing it. No, we're doing great. It's not like I'm not, I wouldn't say I'm killing it, though. But it's not like we're not doing good. We're doing great. You've seen it, yeah, the last couple of weeks. I know you guys are talking about that. The bounce plays are coming around. I'd say the last, 3 weeks now. It's been a while since I've had a losing trade. Been a while since we haven't seen a bounce play not work out. We've been killing it, about a week or two before Christmas through now. We're going to continue doing this every day. Wait, have patience. I'm not going to overtrade. I want you guys to understand that you can wait for trades to come to you. You can wait for charts to set up and trade them, because that's the key in stock trading. You have to have that early on. Again, like I said, 90+%, which is probably like 95 to 97% overtrade, oversize, hold their losers too long. This is why you should not overtrade, because if you overtrade and you're holding losers too long, well, you're going to be doing that a lot if you overtrade. If you didn't overtrade and you barely trade like I'm telling you to, well, you won't do that because you're hardly trading, so you won't have the chance to do it that much, right? And again, with the oversizing, find the size that you feel comfortable with. And that's why I always say track and journal and track and journal. Do stuff with me. Do one-on-ones. Let's go over what you're doing. But yeah, if you can just sit back and watch and see what I'm doing, or you can just sit back, watch, and wait for a trade. You get it in with me. You start building that discipline of, okay, cool, got my trade for the day. I don't need to, it isn't, I'm green now. Let's get more. I want more. Oh, I need more meth. No, you don't need more crack. Dogs. All right, I'm taking a break. Just want to get on for the lunch briefing. TGL. I'm going to get rid of ELAB. That spread's getting nasty, but there was a quick little bounce there. TGL is holding, though. TGL is holding and still staircasing up there. So I do see the staircase on TGL. Any last questions before I get out of here for sure? Plus, it ends up giving you a better call. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yep, it does. It depends on the price of the stock. I trade with my own account until I really don't cry. Oh, gotcha. Yep. Yeah, you got it, T-Web. Any last little questions you guys have? Any stocks you want to go over? We know what to look for. We know the levels here. You can see MTS, that level trying to hold now. I'm all over it with that. Old resistance, new support. But we know when we're old resistance, new support. Old resistance, new support, really. You can't keep doing that. Like, again, we can't repeat this pattern over and over and over throughout the day. So this most likely will be the last attempt for that to hold. I bet it doesn't hold that long and comes back down. And then I'll come back in here, for power hour in about an hour from now. do a little power hour commentary with you guys and break down some charts. That's where I feel if we get a play today, we had that move into this, which we kind of, perfect timing for me to be in here that I was. That's why I kind of come in the times I do. I'm identifying the time of the day when I can see these spikes coming, and I try to get on the mic so I can lead you through them and what to expect. Moving forward, I would imagine MTS settles out here, and we've already gotten that from SMX. Down the downtrend we go with glue, so that play is really starting to become more and more out of the picture. And SMX still has that squeeze potential with this little bit of a downtrend forming. We know that 32 is going to be the gatekeeper, but we're doing kind of what we were doing earlier on SMX. Like SMX, we were here, and then we finally did come down to here. So we were here. Oh no, it's not SMX. It was this play right here. It was glue. It was glue. We were right here, and then we had this little pullback down. So here we are. Are we going to come back down to this area? So it will be very crucial to see. But that to me, glue, I think, is kind of dying out. This 32 is going to be everything. If SMX is going to get a spike, it's got to hold 32. And to me, the gatekeeper right here at 3650 area is going to be if we move and get a spike. I think TGL will continue to spike here, in my opinion. Just that low volume spread then helps it out to get those spikes. I really appreciate you dropping knowledge. Yeah, man. Oh, yeah, for sure. All day, every day, man. That's what I'm trying to do. Honestly, helping you guys out. Like I said, that's the main goal of all this. Me streaming live. Help traders out, big time. I know a lot of people get the joy out of just streaming live or whatever it might be. I don't know. But that's the one thing for me is I really want to help people out, help you out in your journey and become a better trader. And then especially if you build a community where you get a lot of like-minded traders doing the same thing, well, then you're trading the same levels, which helps out. You all trading the same ticker, same time, same levels, same thought process, right? Not that we're pumping anything or like, hey, we're not pumping stuff when you're taking a bounce play. It's not a pump. You're just saying like, hey, this is a good area to invest in this stock. Is at 1290. That would be a great bounce play for the move up, And it's not like, yeah, TGL, everyone go buy now. Let's push this up to 10. Let's do it. It's not, right? It's not what we're doing. All right, I'll be back here in about an hour or so. I'll take a little break. I'll be back here in about an hour. And we're seeing a lot of uptrend channels today. We got the SMX one. We had NBY. Downtrend for glue. TGL's forming an uptrend channel now. We have MNTS forming an uptrend channel. And yeah, if you want to, I don't mind you coming in at that base right there and saying, hey, Josh, AK, I see a little bit of uptrend channel. And I'd say, you know what? I 100% see exactly what you're seeing too as well, buddy. Something like that. Similar to that. What's so funny, I'm going to be doing over the next hour. One of the things I'll be doing is dusting. I meant to dust yesterday, and I need to dust this room. One thing I can't wait about the next house, no dust in that office, that bonus room, because where the window's going to be at, like hardly any sun will come in. Oh, there's nothing but sun this whole entire, that's so annoying. Builds up a lot of dust. Next house, no dogs, no dust in the office, game room, bonus room. It's going to be, so magnificent. All right, I'll be back in a bit, team. I'll put some jams back on for you. we're back, and we're back, and we're back. We have eras going bananas. So TGL's kind of slowing down there. We will go to eras real quickly. This play is halted up yet again. I don't know that it has news. Did have something earlier today at 9 a.m. my time. 30 minutes after the opening bell, essentially saying that they're okay, no, that has nothing to do with it. Actually, it's just attached to it. So, whoa. All right. Odd, different. Odd and different. Yeah, Love Chip said this too on the Discord about it having a huge float. It is big float. I just checked it. Cool. So we're not missing anything. Spy is getting a good sell off here though. At the end of the day here, I maybe not getting 700 by the end of this week or next week. I don't know. I said we wouldn't get lower than 690 to 689.75 the rest of this week. We'll see if that does stay into play. My line right there at 1360 was close. It was close, but we can see here right there is where the candles are confirming. We'll see. I'm sure that that channel does hold up there. And then the favorite mark of the day, it's not even close. Get rid of these lines. We won't need this uptrend channel anymore. We do love some 1290. I think a lot of you in chat were with me on the bounce play earlier in the day. Took some profit there with me on not only 1290, but possibly before that at the 1360 mark. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful here. Let's make that another thick daddy. All right, any questions you guys have? Any stocks you want to go over here? We do have ERAS halted up. It is a huge float. Has no reason to be halted up. 52-week high. Are we at all-time highs here? Let's go back in time. No. All right, this one I don't think's ever been reverse split either. We do have resistance, old floor right around this is back into 2022 at 660. At 660. At 660 here. Over 660 for eras. This could then squeeze up to around the high sevens. Now we'll do this. Yeah. All right, cool. I'm just making sure. 660s, then the high sevens. We'll go 1 minute. It just started popping up. All right, so we got Spy cracking away here. Spy cracking away. All right, cool. Any questions? Stocks you want to go over here? I'll stick around. Eras halted up at. Well, I was going to say, I think it's just about to say it should be going live now. Eras is live. Eras is live. Eras is live. I was going to stick around just for a little bit, see if you guys had any last questions here. I think we've charted a lot today. If I need to go over some more charts with you guys and how to chart and what to be looking for, you know, at the end of the day, doing stuff like this, going back through early in the day, seeing the great, beautiful downtrend break, what led to the squeeze, and then even here later in the day, do we come back to it and break yet another downtrend, which is going to be key. You know, that'll lead to, this would be huge. That'll be huge. Putting trend lines in, we saw the uptrend channel, which of course I'd already got rid of the line there, but the trend line that we had forming there, the uptrend channel, going back through, seeing your uptrend channel, seeing support, seeing resistance, go back through, zoom out. Why do we take the 1290 bounce play? I didn't find those little plateaus. Why we wanted to take the 1350, 60 area, kind of surround that area. I know Tim was talking about it earlier. He's like, oh yeah, I see that now. That's another reason why that was a good bounce play and I should have taken it. That's what you have to do every day. You have to go back through that. You have to think of yourself. You have to think of yourself, if anyone's listening, hopefully they are, especially you gentlemen in chat. Ladies, I know you've probably watched some sports, but you have to think of yourself as, what Tom Brady would do. Just do that. As one of the most recent, most GOATs we've seen, right? Of course, that'd be Michael Jordan. I'm here, bro. So, what would Tom Brady do, right? He's looking at fucking tape all the fucking time. He doesn't just go out there and like, I'm going to wing it. No. He has that. Listen, what's crazy? I was telling this to Avery the other day. We were talking, we saw him on the commercial. And me and Avery were both like, man, that should be a Super Bowl commercial. Why? I'm both like, I bet they're going to have a bigger elongated one. So Tom Brady in the Pizza Hut commercials, I don't know if you saw that. Kind of funny. He's like, well, get back on. He goes, Pizza Hut! And he yelled Hut real loud. Here's your Pizza Hut! And so he's a pizza delivery driver. And he's like, it's pretty funny. And I was like, they've got to do something like this for, like how they didn't save it for the Super Bowl. I get it for the playoffs, right? Okay, they got to get it out and tease it now. They're going to have probably a big one with maybe more celebrities. They've got to do something. It's a good commercial. So I think that's why we're talking about Brady. Anyway, long story short. He'd be studying the tape. Point being, this is why I'm bringing this up, because that's why we brought up Brady, was I saw him play in college. You know where he played at college at? Maybe you do, maybe you don't, bro. So if anyone else listening, where he played at college, he played for the Michigan Wolverines. The reason I saw him play was Arkansas Razorbacks were in the 1999 Citrus Bowl. Yeah, he played, but he was like backup because there was who was the guy I always forget his name now. Drew Henson, I want to say his name was. Who did Tom Brady play college? No, who did Tom Brady back up at Michigan? What was his name? Was it Drew Henson, right? I think. What was his name? Drew Henson. It was Drew Henson. Yeah, it was Drew Henson. Well, Brian Greasy at first, but then which is funny. Brian Greasy goes on over the Broncos and was trying to replace Elway. It was terrible. But the reason it was him and Drew Henson going back and forth, because I think Drew Henson started that Citrus Bowl game. But yeah, no. Yeah, this was he was there in 97, 98, 99. Tom Brady was in college, 97, 98, 99. Maybe even 96, but that's when he was there. He was there with Charles Woodson. He may have been on the team. He may have been a freshman. I had to go back and look. He may have been a freshman. Remember when Michigan won the championship with Charles Woodson? Charles Woodson won the Heisman that year. Badass D-back, right? I think he beat Peyton Manning that year in 90, if I'm not mistaken, that year. Yeah, Woodson there. Yep. So point being, he's a senior. They're good like always, right? So they go to the Citrus Bowl, and we were really good that year. It was the 98 season, but the Citrus Bowl was January 1st, 99. Point being, I got to see Tom Brady, which is really dope, right? But he was a backup, and they were trying to figure out who was good, and they kind of got, I think he was the one that came in the end that actually beat us and had that strong finish. Anywho, long story short, he's not that great in college. Obviously, he's a 6th round draft pick, right? I think he was 6th round draft pick, if I'm not mistaken. Or 7th. No, Terrell Davis. No, he was 7th. And Terrell. No, maybe he was 6th like Terrell Davis was. I know Terrell Davis was 6th round. But regardless, he's way back there. 6, 7. I think 6. But regardless. And you just never know. You go back. No one ever thought Brady was going to be what he was. So he didn't have that intuition built up. He didn't have that, hey, I'm the GOAT, I can do whatever. Even like Michael Jordan at first. He was not that good to be, but the more you do it, the more you practice, the more you're going over tape. Like me, this play is going to do this, or this is going to blah, 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 blah. And then you guys sometimes maybe second guess, or don't take the trade, or second guess on a level, or think something's going to happen, and you start your mind starts playing all these thoughts in your game, so to speak. It's because you haven't built that in yet. You haven't seen it work over and over and over. Well, you get my point. You get to these badass athletes, and especially I just go back to quarterbacks, but any real good athlete, they watch the tape. I mean, any sport I've ever played, that's what you're doing. Even if it was any sport, you're going back and watching the film, right? It's always one of the best things to do, and especially you do that a lot in football, as much as I remember that, and then even, of course, just knowing that. But here nor there. It's going back over. That's what builds it in. My point being, a great one is Tom Brady was not that great. You never would have thought Tom Brady being a backup in college, as he was, would go on to be the best quarterback ever. And throw for 20, again, I will keep talking about, and I know I'm not on my knees, it seems like at this point, because I was really not a Brady fan. It's just, and all of what he really did do is throw for 27,000 yards in his 40s. Anyway, but he got that good from just, being tape, seeing the repetition of it over and over and over. And that's what I mean by every day. At the end of the day, you guys have got to come through here and put lines in. See support, see resistance, see support, see resistance. Go back through and chart these plays, because the more you go back and chart the plays, like I said, you'll get more and more prepared for the next day and the next week and the next month. And when these plays start to run, and the Patriot, and I've said this so many times, I know you're like, oh, he said this so many times now. And as that picture is being painted in front of you, as the chart is building, you will then be way more prepared to actually trade because you've seen it so many times. Let's see that Manning, Randy Moss, anything really for the husband? Yes, right, yeah, exactly. I think it was that year, yeah, which is nuts. I mean, Charles Woodson was badass. He ends up having one of the longest, careers, in the NFL. He played for a very long time. You go back and look at that, yeah, I'd give it to Manning. I don't remember their numbers. I'd have to go back and look at numbers, but hey, it's cool they gave it to a defensive guy, because he did play some offense and had like the kick returns or whatever, punt returns or something like that, kind of like Desmond Howard. And so you have that extra add. I know Desmond was offense, but then if you're returning kicks and getting those extra, that helps you out. Like, oh wow, you can score here, you can score there. Oh, the good old days. And my friend that just passed, God rest his, oh man, another great memory with Mitchell that I have, my buddy that just passed. Oh, we're at his aunt's. I went with him for a trip to Branson, and then they have family that lived in Springfield, Missouri. And Springfield, Missouri is not too far from Branson, and then there's the Bass Pro Shop there, and that family had money. It was a really nice house. It was kind of like one of those like almost like U-shaped kind of houses that were built around like a pool, so the house was kind of like, it was like a bit like this and this and then this. It was very cool and fancy and like more modern. I was like, it was a badass house. And it had the other thing I always wanted as a kid, either above the garage or something, a big bonus room, or down below, kind of like a split level house or basement. And that's what this house had. It had to have been, however they had it built in, I can't remember, because I remember the house had a pool and it had like that almost U shape around it, which was really cool. But I'll never forget going down there, like finding an old Nintendo, because this was like mid 90s. And we're like, oh, Nintendo. So, like, something to play. We don't fucking, these old people are just talking, because his parents went to visit family, essentially. And we were going to, have the sightseeing Springfield, Missouri, and things to do, like Bass Pro Shop or whatever. And it's just one of those things that you did as a kid, especially growing up in the 80s, 90s, or beforehand. I know, when you travel around the country and you go see people, oh, we're in town. We're going to see these people. We're going to see your family. And here we are at 14, 15, like, I don't even know these people. Mitchell doesn't really care too much about seeing his aunt and uncle or whoever, It's just like, anywho, it was a nice-ass house. But yeah, going downstairs, and there was this huge open, like, basement, just huge and open, right? It was so cool. Remember turning on the TV down there in TRL. It was when I'll Be Missing You. I remember seeing I'll Be Missing You, the music video. Of course, I'd already seen it, but it was on. I remember putting it on MTV. And I'll Be Missing You by P. Diddy, Puffy. And who didn't love that song? If you grew up and you were a kid, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, probably somewhere in there, you loved I'll Be Missing You. Everybody, with Faith Evans, everyone, every breath I take, I'll be missed. Everyone loved I'll Be Missing You. You couldn't help but deny that was a great song. Kind of going back to Seal with I Believe I Can Fly. Although they both had some good songs. Seal probably more so than. Anyway, until things leaked about them. But anywho, but yeah, I remember that. I'll never forget that, going down there in that basement area. And then point being, it was during the holiday season, and it was the granddaddy of them all. And it was day of the Rose Bowl. It was I'll never forget watching down there in that basement after playing video game, whatever. And so we turned on the Rose Bowl, because it was Ryan Leaf in Washington State, wasn't it? Washington State, which is nuts to think, versus Michigan in the Rose Bowl, essentially for the national championship game. long story, obviously a long story elongated, or that was a short story that I elongated, like I always do. But I'll never forget that. While we were in Springfield and seeing his family, because it's kind of it is a little bit of a detour, but I got anyway. And then we're like, oh boy, I gotta go hang out with family, and we just go downstairs into this basement, fucking just, and it was, you had the lights off, it was so black down there because there's no windows, right? It was so crazy. Anyway, and then just being down in this big open room and going through fucking like it was like, storage, so to speak, and then had a TV with some furniture down there, and then turning the MTV on, watching music videos, then finding the Nintendo and playing Nintendo, and then eventually turning on the Rose Bowl and watching the Rose Bowl down there. Because it was a pretty good game. The Rose Bowl was that game, Michigan versus, Charles Woodson versus Ryan Leaf. Good times, good old days. Memories that just plug into your head and just stay there forever. Well, how's it not working now? Huh? We're talking about the steam vac. We're cleaning carpets. Well, sell off here from the SPY. Sell off here from the SPY. Starting to sell off here really good here to end the day. Does not look like my 870 or my 90, but I did say down to 88, 875. So we'll see if this does stay up. I don't know that she's going to now. She's starting to crack back, but this was it. This 88.75 rule. 80, it was 89. 89. That's right. 89 into 88.50. 88.75. So I just split the difference there. It's coming up. We got about another $1 to go now. That's going to be the next key area, right around 88.50, 88.75 for the SPY. Slowing down here is Eras. Really starting to take a backseat to the chart for the day and other tickers. Really, I would still be on high watch here for SMX. And a move here in power out at the end of power hour into the closing bell. For sure. Any questions you guys have? Any charts you want me to break down? Anything at all? Brosa, 530. Do you like Eras for a bounce at 530? 530 to 510, somewhere in this area. Yeah, if you want to surround this area in orders, like I said, block it up in around 3. I would imagine it holds up this gap up area for one more bounce. Yeah, because you really didn't get a bounce there. It's just kind of a gap, gap up, halted up, and then we opened up down here. And this is just kind of like a revamp of traders coming back in, another cycle of traders essentially. And the traders that were trapped up top, and so you flush back into this area, and then traders just sell it back off on down. All right, team, I'm going to call it for the day. Just was jumping back in here. It's really slow here and after. I would not trade this if it's going to halt down, though, right here. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. And now it's about to halt down. I just not noticed this. So Eras here is flying back on down. Eras is starting to push back on down here. Of course, getting a huge sell-off. I would imagine we open up and pop back on up. This is going to be key, though. This 590 area into 505. 590 to 505. Hell no. Yeah, right. This is it'll still see a bounce here off of this area, Broseph. So take it back up to around like 525, 550 area. Then it's going to have resistance at 565. You're going to see a lot of most likely what you saw here from MNTS. You come down, pop back on up. My Danes behind me are just snoring their asses off. Like, it's just, they're just, all I hear is snoring. All right, good, bro. So I think you're the only one around. I think you're the only one here. I'm just jumping back on like I said, the live stream just to check in with you guys, just to see if anyone needed any extra help. I would be here for you. Charting, just to go over charts, just so you guys know to go over charts. You got to go over charts, go over charts, go over charts. To me, if you're gonna have a squeeze or pop into after hours, we haven't had a lot of good movement in after hours from new tickers, so I don't think we'd have anything new, honestly, unfortunately, pop up. We probably won't. We haven't really had any new tickers pop up in after hours. We've had a couple, but they haven't been that great. Like even the ones we had pending news, the VT, we didn't do shit. The VTYX play. I would imagine if we get moves, it's going to be from MNTS. It's going to come from SMX. A ticker that we've looked at today, nothing new. I don't think will pop up in after hours. I think it's going to be the same old, same old. We're looking at a ticker we've already looked at. Could even be Eris. I mean, this play could pop back on up. I've seen plays like this where I come back in later in the afternoon and I'm like, how is this? Who traded this long, this high again? Okay, we're gonna help Avery. TNGX. What about TNGX? Now Avery's like, it's like always when I am not around. Oh, this was the other play that popped up. TNGX. Yep. Wedge. It's just in a tight wedge right now. So if you're gonna trade TNGX, boy, which one of these? I can only look at so many. It's just in a really tight wedge. I'll put this in a 3 minutes to show you a little bit better. Just in a tight wedge right here. Higher low pattern, flat top, somewhere right around 1190 and a 12 area. So watch for a squeeze up. Next level up, 14 GX. Where does this take it to? Woo! And that's in pre-market. So I don't know if any trader's really going to look at that. They might. That 1320 area would be key for the next leg on up. So 1320 would be for the next leg up there. So that's what I would be looking at. There's really nothing on the daily, as you can see there. So this really could have some next squeeze of potential. You see that higher low pattern too as well with this nice beautiful trend line and squeezing up off of it. So this could be one of those plays that we look to squeeze into. Yeah, 13 seems to be the next key target. So I would watch that for a long up to 13. So I'll keep that on watch too as well. And then this will become a bounce play. Once you squeeze up, then you can look to get a bounce play off of this $11.90, $12 area. So we'll keep that on watch too as well. He says, cool. Yeah, I like that. That's beautiful. This is what I'm looking for day in, day out. I know it's not heavy volume. It's decent, though. You can see it's pretty decent. But I like this. It's got, even in the 1 minute time frame, you can see where the flat top is at. Even maybe have some orders in around 1190. It's definitely at 12. But if this squeezes up and goes, you got 13 resistance next, and then over that probably squeezes up to that 14 plus area. The main thing would be the bounce. This is perfect. This is what I'm looking for, though. All of this through here over an hour worth of period, an hour's worth of time. I know I've been live here for 25 minutes now too as well. But regardless, this is just beautiful to see this elongated this a whole entire time and never give back any gains. Any questions? You good? Go chart. Broseph. Any wallflowers out there that are listening, go chart trades. Finish off the day here. Take a little break. Come back in an hour or two. At some point, come back in for sure and go over these trades. Go over these trades. Oh, well, yeah. Yep. Well, it's my last week without doing one-on-ones because next week I start doing one-on-ones again. And it's gets back to getting busy, like super busy. Next week I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11, it's 11, but so it's 11 hours of one-on-ones plus going live with you guys and then doing the trade the pool stuff. So next week I get back to getting a little busy again for the next few weeks. So and enjoying the day for sure in the weather. It's definitely warm out. Sun's pretty much out. So I got the Voltron all cleaned up, trying to get some video of it actually rolling. Like I want to see it moving. I want to get some rollers, as it's called, some pictures, some video of me driving it. Those look so dope when you get, videos of, any vehicle that you like, especially, these vehicles that are really dope looking, especially sounding 100%. Got to get out and enjoy the weather. And I got it all nice and clean yesterday afternoon. I was thinking about maybe doing it today but it's like partly it's like sunny, but then it kind of comes and it goes. I want it to just be like Blair and sunny, blue skies. Then that's gorgeous for pictures too when you kind of get that really bright blue background. Anyway, so may do it another day, but enjoying the next few days for sure, just to relax, going live for you guys, and just taking the time to go live a little bit longer like this, talk more, etc. And there's that pop-up like I talked about. I knew it would come out and immediately kind of push back on up there. And I said that's why I was like, if you did take if you had injuries there down into that, you should be in the green now. And that's why I was saying take profit into the VWAP into 550. Maybe it gets back up to the 560s. And there's your bounce. And there you go. I will do so. You guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled rest of your day as well. I'll see you guys back here in the morning. I'll check back in like I always do in the afternoon. I'll definitely check back into you guys this afternoon and see if there's anything new popping up. Doubt it, but we shall see. Put some jams on. Catch you tomorrow. Yeah, for sure. Another bounce play. Maybe 2 like today. Maybe 3 or 4. We'll see. Beautiful bounce plays, though, today. Found the key area at 1190-ish area, or 1290. We found it earlier on. We got it. And it almost hit it again there, which is so nice. You got it, Elise. You got it. I'm glad you got to have the live stream here for more than just Fridays. Elise, you get to see all the different... the different trades, the different traders, the alerts, the levels. Really, and again, to see the alerts that you're trading yourself, you look like you're doing really good, which is awesome. I'm just trying to get everyone green and profitable. I'll see you guys in the morning. I'll put some jams back on for you. See you guys back here in the morning. Bangarang. Lost boys and lost girls. As soon as I say that, the dogs get up. Even Merlin's already learned bangarang. Is that not crazy how fast they learn verbiage? I say bangarang and they're like, oh, that's it. Dad's done. I'll see you guys in the morning. Peace.
APLD.
APLD. APLD volume waking up. APLD. APLD.
APLD.
APLD momentum improving. APLD.
APLD.
APLD. APLD base building. IMG.
APLD. SYS. RNXT.
IMG.
SATL.
SATL. RVMD. RVMD positive. Stock has given up its prior loss. Watch the spread. REBN. Euros. IMG. Euros. NVD. SIR.
Zone.
LHS. Watch the spread. Euros.
RDGT.
Euros.
NGL. NGL.
Euros. 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 Euros getting attention. Euros. Euros. Euros let it come to you.
CGEN. CGEN.
PLTR.
Bot.
ORIT. Big spread.
SATL. APRE. OSS. OSS. LSTA. OSS.
NVV. NVV.
QRHC.
APLD.
Second part of
APLD
double
strong
power,
sales.
It's definitely, of course, your
Journals are
PLTR.
my Ethernet.
BA. Big spread. APLD.
UNCY.
KTOS.
Part of double dual
Watch the
Friday.
spread.
It's an honor to get Adrian on the line, but I'm gonna
REBN.
you guys see me in just a second as Adrian joins in.
APLD.
But again, see me in just a second as Adrian joins in
OSS.
just a moment. But again,
APLD.
second part of the double dual stream Friday, and here he is, man. No, honestly, I'm gonna just so an Adrian, I told him.
JSPR.
information down on a piece of paper as you possibly can about why you got in.
SVDS.
Did you tick everything
PLTR.
on your checklist?
Big spread.
Did you do everything the way that you were supposed to do it?
RGC.
And then what was the
Watch the
result?
spread.
And then you just review that stuff maybe once a week or
IMG.
once every couple of weeks, go through and say, all right, I've got 2 weeks worth of data, to get it out of the
RCAT.
system.
KC.
JSBR,
DRIO.
Your back testing or your forward. Every couple of weeks.
APLD,
LSTA.
SIR, FTHM, NBB, RTX, Big Spread, FTHM, IMG,
RVYL.
NBB, NBB, APLD, 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 APLD warming up,
Second part of the double boost.
APLD, NBB,
AEMD.
APLD, VSTM, Big Spread, APLD,
PLNT.
APLD,
Here he is.
MSFT, Europe,
Second part of the double boost. Here he is. Yeah, no, honestly.
IMG,
APLD.
Hertz, APLD, APLD,
APLD.
RW,
Here he is, man. No, honestly. I'm gonna just so
PHG.
APLD, MNTS,
CNBS.
MNTS,
CNBS.
FTHM,
I love it, boss. Unfortunately, my internet's too stable with us.
CNBS.
IMG,
Second part of
JCSE.
JCSE. JCSE.
JCSE. JCSE. JCSE activity increasing.
JCSE. FTHM.
FUBO. Lucy.
JCSE. JCSE.
SMS. Big spread. SMS. Big spread. Lucy.
Toy. Toy.
SMX. Watch the spread.
JCSE. FTHM. JCSE.
SMX. SMX volume waking up. Big spread. NBV. JCSE. JCSE. JCSE.
JCSE. JCSE.
NBV.
VTAK.
APLD. Sphere. Sphere.
PDLB.
FUBO. NBV.
AZTR.
NBV. NBV.
PT.
MSFT. BFL1. JSPR. Heroes. IMG. Sir. SMX.
Neo.
Watch the spread. SMX. Watch the spread. APLD. Sir. Sir. Sir.
NWGL.
Sir. JCSE.
Holy cow, I don't care.
Homer. Homer.
APLD. JCSE.
Homer.
JCSE. JCSE.
JCSE.
Over.
PHIL.
NBD.
MPLT.
MPLT. Watch the spread.
OSS. OSL.
LHS. Watch the spread.
CBIL. OSS.
PLTR. RVMD. Watch the spread.
BMR.
RVMD. Big spread. APLD. 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 Euros. APLD.
NGNE.
NGNE. Watch the spread. Euros. Over. Over. HUYA. NVVE.
PLC. Omer.
FTHM.
Omer.
SUGP.
Omer.
PLPR.
Omer.
IMG. IMG.
ELAB. EVA.
SMX. Big spread. SMX.
Sear.
Big spread. AMZN. Over. SUGP.
TXMD.
OSS.
TXMD.
Over. NVVE. NVVE.
ELAB.
JSPR. NVVE. Snare. RXRX.
AEL.
JCSE. SMX. Big spread.
ELAB.
IMG.
ELAB. ELAB. ECDA. ECDA.
JCSE.
ELAB. ECDA. GNLN.
mRNA. Omer. Omer.
Omer.
Urans.
Omer. SKYT. SKYT.
IMG. IMG.
ECDA. 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 ECDA.
IMG.
Omer.
Omer. Indy.
SKYT.
Omer.
Omer. Omer.
Omer. Big spread. Omer. Big spread.
Sir. Omer.
Omer. Omer on watch.
Omer. Serve. Omer. Serve.
Serve. NBB. OSS.
Omer. Serve.
NBB. NBB.
AMOD. Need so.
SRPT. NVB. Lucid.
ELAB.
Over. Big spread. Over. Over. Homer worth monitoring. NVBE. Lucid. CRML. Urans. Urans. TGL. Over. DRTS. RVMD. Watch the spread. RVMD. Watch the spread. IMG. SMX. Watch the spread. SMX. Big spread. Urans. Over. IMG. Gap. IMG.
DKI.
Omer. TGL.
Omer.
Omer. Omer.
INEO.
Omer. Omer interesting action.
Omer. 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 OSS. OSS. INEO.
Omer. Omer developing setup.
SSTI. SSTI.
Omer.
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 Omer. IBG. Omer.
Omer.
Omer. Omer.
Omer base building.
IBG. INEO.
ABBX. Watch the spread.
INEO. INEO.
TAPL. ABB. IMG. IMG. Serve. IMG.
EHLD. EDYN.
Omer starting to wake up.
TBRG.
IMG. MSTR. IMG.
AMOD. AMOD.
IMG.
ING. ING.
IMG. Serve.
KVAC.
IMG. RXRS. JSPR.
KVAC,
SMX.
BATL, MOBX, INEO, Lobo,
SMX. Watch the spread. SMX. Watch the spread.
XBIO,
SMX. SMX in play. Watch the spread.
Zerg, Zerg,
Zero.
Serve,
Serve. NVVE. IMG. SMX. Big spread. Homer. JSPR. IMG. Sir. IMG. IMG. SMX. Watch the spread.
West
OSS.
Northwest.
IMG. Homer. OLPX. OLPX.
OIS. OSS.
IMG.
OSS.
Homer. Sir.
OSS. OSS.
IMG.
Owls.
IMG. AV. Watch the spread. AV building. Watch the spread. PLAV. OSS.
OSS.
OSS. PL.
OSS. GT.
Homer.
OSS.
Homer. Big spread. Homer. Homer showing activity. Big spread. SMX. Big spread.
DTSS.
Homer.
PMC.
BYND. RVMD. Watch the spread.
Icon.
RVMD. Watch the spread. RVMD needs a little more juice. RVMD. PMCB. IMG. 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 IMG.
IMG. IMG. IMG.
IMG.
IMG. IMG. IMG.
IMG.
IMG.
Over. Over.
HOVR.
NBBE.
HOVR.
OSS. SMX. Big spread. SMX. Big spread. SMX. SMX price stabilizing. Big spread. SMX. IMG. SMX. SMX. Big spread. IMG. BYND.
BGN.
NBBE.
PNCB.
PMCB.
PNCB. PNCB. ELAB. PNCB.
PMCB.
WHF.
PMCB.
COS. PNCB. PNCB. PNCB.
PMCB.
PNCB.
Trend developing.
ELAB.
IMG.
TXMD.
IMG.
IMG. IMG.
IMG. TMCB.
SXTP.
IMG. RDLB.
IMG.
RVMD. Big spread.
IMG. IMG.
IMG.
IMG. Lens. IMG.
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 IMG. IMG.
NVB.
BCDA.
PMCB. INTC. INTC. DFLY. RVMD.
Arrow.
Big spread. PMCB. PMCB. RVMD. RVMD basing. Watch the spread. IMG.
IMT.
CRML.
MLGO.
RGC. Watch the spread.
RVYL.
MSFT. Watch the spread. MSFT. Watch the spread. Urines. IMG. IMG.
OPAD.
SLRX. LIMN. UPC.
IMG. IMG. IMTZ. IMG. IMG.
NVVE. IMG. NVVE. PMCB. IMG. CRML.
INUB.
Zero. NVB.
ANPA.
ABB. OLTX. NVBE. APLD. CPIX. Big spread. DVGI. Big spread.
KLTO.
RVYL. RVYL. OSS.
Trust.
JHI. Watch the spread. Shrug.
HOBR.
HODR. IMG.
Sir.
IMG. RVYL. TMCB.
AVAV. AVAV.
Zion. Watch the spread.
AVAV.
RGC. Watch the spread.
AVAV. 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 ABAB.
SMS. Big spread. SMS. Big spread. NBB.
RVYL.
PMCB. NBB. NBB. IMG. BLAB.
SEBN. INTZ.
PMCB.
RVYL.
NBB.
WETO.
IMG. NBB. NBB. OSS.
NTIC.
RGC. Watch the spread. OSS. SMS. Big spread. NBB. NBB. Euros. OSS. BWIN. Watch the spread. SMX. Big spread.
ELAB.
Sir. Sir. Sir.
ABB.
NBB. NBB. Homer. SMX. Big spread. BFRG. Sir. Homer. SMX. Big spread. RVMB. Watch the spread. IMG. AKBN. NBB. Sir. NBB. Homer.
RNTX.
SMX. Big spread.
Hit.
Hit. IMG. Sir. Sir. SMS.
ABAB.
IMG.
GTEC.
GTEC. RVMD. Watch the spread.
NTIC.
RVMD. Watch the spread. HUD. Watch the spread. observe. RZLT. NVBE. NVBE. IMG.
ABB.
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 IMG. SIR.
ABV. ABV.
IMG.
ABV.
ABB. Or. IMG. INTC. ABB.
ABV.
NVR. PLTR. CRML. RVP. SIR. RVMD. Big spread.
ARTW.
UANY. PGLY. RTX. RGC. Watch the spread.
WWR. Woo.
SIR. RVMD. Watch the spread. RVMD. Watch the spread. RVMD. Watch the spread. BKTX. SMX. Big spread. RVMD. RVMD needs a stronger push. Watch the spread. RVMD maybe. RVMD. Watch the spread.
K.
SMX. Big spread. TLDR. Watch the spread. NVD. DTRO. RGC. Watch the spread.
Net.
SIR. PMCB.
ELAB.
NVB. ENYM. NVB. 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 HODR. NVB.
IQST. IQST.
SIR. IMG. NVB. IMG. Men's. HOVR. Men's.
Sent.
SMS. Easy on. ABB. TGL. KTOS. NVB. NVB. RGC. Watch the spread. NVB. NVB. RVMV. Watch the spread. ELAV.
ELAB.
IMG. GBA. NVB. NVB. KTOS. ABB.
SKYT.
DWAV.
ELAB.
spread. NBBE. Sir.
ACTU.
DWAV. Big spread. PMCB.
MWYN. ELAB.
PMCB.
ELAB. PMCB.
Sir.
ACTU.
Sir. JCSE.
MRKR. MRKR.
PMCB.
PMCB.
ABAB. NBBE.
AVAV.
ABAB tightening again.
AVAV.
Watch the spread.
TC.
IMG.
AVAV. VIAM. AVAV. AVAV. AVAV.
NBBE. Sir.
EN.
Sir. JCSE.
PMCB. PMCB.
NBBE. NBBE.
PMCB.
PMCB. NBBE.
NBB.
NBBE.
NBB.
PMCV.
PMCV. PMCV.
PMCV.
NVV.
NVV. NVV.
NVV. QNRX. NVV. NVV.
NVV. NVV starting.
NVV.
ACI. RX. IMG. AMPL. Red. Watch the spread. PMCV. IMG. PL. SIR. NVV. SIR. CTEK. SIR. NVV.
ELAB.
CTEK. ELAB. SIR. ELAB. NVV. SIR. SMX. Big spread. SIR. PMCV. Wrap. Watch the spread. NVV. Lucy.
NVV. NVV.
RVMV.
NVV.
Big spread.
NVV.
NVV.
NVV. NVV. NVV.
NVV.
NVV.
NVV. NVV.
NVV.
PMCB.
NBV.
ANNX. Big spread. AZI. IMG. Lucy. CRML. IMG. REKR. ARM. Mom. Watch the spread. ACRB. MNTS. CBIO. HYMC. HITI. LHSW. JCSE.
LGBN.
ABB. NVBE, IMG, IMG, RTX,
TRT,
SLRX, PMCD, ALTS,
BFA,
PMCB, B, RCAT, BWAV, SMX, 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 let it come to you. Big spread.
TRT,
ABAB. Watch the spread. IMG. OSS. MNTS. SMX. Watch the spread. SMX. SMX, another attempt here. Big spread. ABB. MNTS. OSS. SMX. Lucid. RVMD.
ABV.
NVVE.
ABV.
ABV. RVMD.
ABV.
NVVE.
ELAB.
NVVE. 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 ASBC. Watch the spread. TMCD. Euros. RVMD. MBL1. ANNX. MNTS. CRML. Miss. Lucy. Euros. MNTS. PLTR. NVVE. SIR. RGC. Watch the spread.
TRNR.
ACRML. AVAV. Watch the spread. IMG. UFG. NVVE. SMS.
UIS.
Big spread.
UIS.
MNTS.
FGEN.
NVVE. NVVE. RGC. Watch the spread. MNTS. SNVP. Big spread. PSEM. Watch the spread. NVVE. RZLV. IMG. NVVE. ABVE. LDI. IMG.
Jazz.
IMG. SMS. Big spread. NVVE.
ABV. 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 ABV.
ABV.
ABV.
ACRV. NBB. GMED. Big spread. Or. GMED. Big spread. ABB. PMCB. NBB. NBB.
ABV,
PMCB. SMX. Big spread. ABB. OKTA. Big spread. ABB.
ABV, ABV, ABV,
ABB. ABB.
ABV, ABV,
NBO.
ABV,
ABB.
ABV, SLRX, ABV, ABV,
SLRX.
ABV, ABV,
ABB. PMCB.
SLRX,
SLRX.
SLRX,
SMX. Watch the spread. SMX. Big spread. CRML.
SCW,
Lucid. PMCB. SMX. Big spread. NBB. NBB. clear. NBV. MNTS. IMG. TGL. SMS. Watch the spread. NBV. KTOS. Big spread.
RKDA.
NVB.
NBV. NBV.
NVB.
NBV. NBV. NBV.
NVB.
Rick.
KTOS. MNTS. IMG. 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 SMS. SDOT. JCSE. NBV.
NBV.
NBV. MNTS. ACRV. SARE. TGL. OSS. IMG. SARE. RVMD. Big spread. IMG. IMG.
LTRN.
NBB. Kevin. Big spread. Urans. IPSC. TGL.
NCPL.
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 NBB. ABB.
NCPL.
Sir.
OSS.
OSS. CNBT.
OSS.
NBV.
OSS.
TGL.
OSS.
ACRB. LUCD.
DCG.
DMI. SMS. Big spread. RNAZ. Watch the spread.
CDIO.
Blue.
CDIO. ICCM.
ABB.
KFFB. ELAB.
NCPL. Glue. SNDK. Watch the spread.
CDLX. CDLX.
Big spread.
KFFB. KFFB.
APLB. NVVE. VNDA. Big spread. SMX.
SKYT.
MNTS. SKYT. Watch the spread.
SKYT.
ABB.
SKYT. SKYT.
Urines. MNTS. JCSE. JCSE. MDL1. MNDS. Clear. PMCP.
SKYT. KFFB.
MNTS. GIPR. NVB.
KFFB.
NVB. SKYT.
SKYT.
OSS. RTS. SNDK. Big spread.
RCT.
OSS. MSTR. ALZN. GIPR. ESPR. IMG. NBD. PMCB. JCSE. Rhyme. PMI. QTTV.
Rhyme. Rhyme.
OSS.
OSS.
ELAB. ABB. Blue. PMCB. NVDA.
ELAB.
STJL.
ELAB.
PLAB. JCSE. Unhalted because of news. ABB.
SVRE.
QGEN halted. NBB. JCSE. JCSE. SIR. TGL.
HKIT. APM.
HKIG.
HKIT.
NBB. Heroes.
HKIT. HKIT.
AXTI. Heroes.
AKAN. ABB.
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 Heroes. NFLX. Or. Heroes. NBB.
ABB. ABB. ABB.
TWG. Big spread. ABB.
PDYN.
ABB.
PDYN.
OKLO. Big spread.
SPHL.
PRLD. RVMD. Big spread.
BAOS.
ABB. CBUS.
ABB. ABB. ABB.
ABB. ABB. ATLD. DFRG.
OSS.
SMX. Big spread.
OSS. OSS. OSS.
OSS. CBUS.
AOS.
OSCR. JSPR.
OSS. OSS.
SNDP. Big spread. SMX. Simo. Watch the spread.
OSS. OSS.
ABB.
OSS. TK. FTK.
SXPC. ATLD. OKLO. Big spread. SNTI.
POW. RITM. Rhyme.
SMX.
Rhyme. Rhyme.
TGL.
Rhyme. TGL.
TGL. Big spread.
TGL.
RVMD. Big spread. SMX Trike. SMX. Watch the spread. IMRX. Watch the spread. IMRX. Watch the spread. Euros. Watch the spread. SMX, keep it on radar. SMX, this is getting interesting. PLTR.